All right, the meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Roll call, Geiger.
Present.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, moving into item number 4, the DCSD Spotlight.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. So we want to get started with our final recognitions for the 24-25 school year. At the last board meeting, we recognized the Colorado High School Director of the Year. And this year, this evening, we will be celebrating the Colorado Middle School Athletic Director of the Year for the state of Colorado, Mr. Mark Sikora from Mountain Ridge Middle School. So Mark and Allison, please come on up here. I'm also going to ask Executive Director of Schools Ian Wells to join us. And we have Principal Allison Shaner from Mountain Ridge Middle School. Congratulations, yet another great honor for our district. So thank you so much for everything you do to inspire kids every day. And I know these guys have a lot to say about you, as does, I'm so sorry, Brad, as does Brad Whitakus, our Deputy Director of Athletics and Activities for our district. So I'm just going to start over there, and then you get to talk at the end.
I was told to have to pass the microphone to Brad Whitakus.
That was very smooth. Thank you. Hey, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize this. I know that last month, a chance to recognize the Colorado 5A Athletic Director of the Year. But it's important that you know for the first time in the history of Douglas County, we have the first middle school Athletic Director of the Year. And this is a big deal. So I'm the guy that rather than talking to all of you, I just want to talk to you. Thank you. Hey, Mark, I need you to know this. When I started teaching, one of my favorite books of all time was by Jim Collins called Good to Great. And one of the overarching messages that came out of that book was that great leadership truly comes down to this in all of his years of research. Conscious choice and the discipline to see it through. Mark, you're the epitome of that, my friend. We've known each other for a long time. And on a consistent basis, your ability to choose kids first, your ability to choose about your vision, about what's happening at Mountain Ridge in this case, but all the other places that we've encountered each other at. You have the ability not only to see the greater vision and the people involved with it, but the discipline to see it through. Listen, I really mean this as friends and as colleagues. I'm so proud of you for being recognized for this. Congratulations to you and the greatness of work that's happened. You bet, buddy. Appreciate it.
I don't like following you. You could do this as well. I'm really, really proud of you. And I just want to let you all know that Mark doesn't run our athletic and activities program. Just do that. He does so many things and he helps strengthen our community. It's not a matter of a student's ability. He makes every kid feel like they have a place on our teams, and he really works hard to create a sense of belonging that keeps our students positively engaged in middle school, which can be hard. So as our Dean of Students, he's always working to find a way to get kids to be part of something beyond themselves. He's the reason we have more students involved in athletics and activities than any other middle school in Douglas County. He truly believes that extracurriculars teach life's lessons of teamwork, resilience, and character, and you also embody all of those. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to cry. And Mark puts others first, and he leads with his heart, and somehow manages to always stay calm, even when our scoreboard is not working or a school bus doesn't show up on time to pick up kids for a competition. So we're a better community because of you, and we're just very proud.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, congratulations. We're so proud of you, and thank you for making DCSD so proud. Director Geiger is here to give you your certificate, and then we'll do a quick picture. Oh, I didn't give you a chance to talk.
Do I really need to?
Yeah, only if you want to.
Well, I first would like to start off by thanking the Douglas County School District, my principal, Allison Shaner, and the Athletics and Activities Department here in Douglas County for supporting educational-based middle school sports in our school district. One of my goals is to always support coaches, in addition to helping support our students in competitions, but more importantly, the growth and learning that takes place through participating in educational sports and athletics, and the lifelong lessons that are learned to help support them being great citizens. This recognition is certainly a testament to the outstanding coaches and staff and faculty at Mountain Ridge Middle School who go above and beyond in supporting our students participating in our athletics program. So on behalf of our school, thank you for this recognition.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Just a page. Okay, next we will recognize the amazing volunteers and community members who have served on our DCSD board committees. These individuals have completed their service, and we want to take a moment to thank them for volunteering countless hours of their time to advise our Board of Education and serve our school district. We recognized the outgoing members of the Student Advisory Committee last month. So tonight, we want to thank the outgoing members of the District Accountability Committee, the Fiscal Oversight Committee, the Long Range Planning Committee, and the Mill Bond Ad Hoc Oversight Committee. As they've completed their service, many of the community members can't be here tonight in person, but we still felt it was important to recognize them publicly. So I'm going to start with the District Accountability Committee. This committee, in case our community doesn't know, is often referred to as the DAC. They meet monthly throughout the year, and they make recommendations to the board on a variety of topics, including budget priorities, district improvement plan, and educator evaluation rubrics, and so much more. If the following committee members are here, please join me, along with DAC Chair Julie Gooden and board liaisons Directors Meek and Williams up front. Jessica Basson, Ann Cahoon, Amy Davis, and Katie Lynch. If you're here, please come on up. Oh, you get to be the center. I said it wrong. It's okay. It's okay. I'm batting 1,000 right now.
Hi, I'm by myself. This is awkward. I get nervous.
You're fine. You're fine.
Do I have to talk? I don't want to talk.
Well, I'm actually going to hand it over to the DAC chair first to see if she would like to say a few words about your service.
It's been amazing. It's been fun. Like, I remember you interviewing, because I was also on the membership committee when we brought you in, and you were just looking to get involved and be active in the team, and you had struggles in the other places you were, and you wanted a voice. And I really felt like you had one there. Sad to see you leave, but like, all right, she'll be back. She said it, everyone heard it. So I do want to appreciate coming in new, staying, voicing your thoughts and opinions, and it's kind of intimidating because there's a lot, like 20 people on DAC plus 20 people watching, but thank you. That's what we need.
Well, I have been a liaison, I think, with you for about a year and a half-ish, and I do think you had a voice. So, and it's always such a blessing to have people like you who volunteer their time to be a part of committees that that serve the board and help us make decisions. So thank you.
I'll just echo, thank you so much. And it's such an important committee. So these citizens dedicate your time, you give up time with your families to come and every month look at budgets, look at unified improvement plans. I mean, it's a heavy lift. And thank you very much for contributing to the district's success. So thank you.
All right, how about a round of applause for our DAC?
I know.
shaking? No.
Okay. Next is our Fiscal Oversight Committee. This committee assists the Board of Education in fulfilling its fiscal oversight responsibilities. The FOC gathers information and facts and makes recommendations in the area of budget, accounting, audit, financial reporting, banking, and other fiscal matters as assigned by the board. So if the following committee members could please join me along with our board liaisons to the FOC Directors Thompson and Weininger up front. So we have our outgoing DAC FOC Chair, James Coop. Please come on up. And we have Ed Palthatich, if you're here, and Megan Severs. All right, well, congratulations to them too. Would you like to say hi?
Yeah. Director Geiger's here because he is related by marriage to James and wanted to congratulate him. But I've known James since I started on FOC. He was a member there, and these past 2 years, he and Ed, who isn't here today, have been the chair and vice chair. And since they started, they've really made an effort to make everyone in FOC feel involved and want to interact and have their opinions heard. He's added a roundtable to the agenda at the end where everyone gets to just bring up their thoughts on the school district or ideas they have. And it's been really helpful and really a welcoming environment, and staff has even complimented James' efforts around that. And he's made an effort to create good relationships with everyone and the staff and us liaisons. And we're really sad to have him go. But like Superintendent Kane said, the FOC is a great committee. We get to see the budget and all the financials and send memos, which James has done a great job on coordinating that with the committee and sending to the board and helping the board feel confident in their vote on the budget and just committee insight around it. So really sad to see him and Ed and Megan too go, but it was a great experience having them these 4 years for sure.
Thank you. I agree with Director Weininger. We heard a really nice sign off in our last FOC meeting by staff about your contributions and how you transformed the FOC into a fantastic committee. I think whenever we volunteer, we put our time and effort into anything, that we hope that we leave it better than we found it. We hope that we've made a difference. And you have made a difference. So thank you for that. Thank you for that meaningful contribution. Thank you for your reliability and quality of work that you did on the FOC. You've left a high bar for us to continue to maintain. And I know that I'm grateful for it and our community is better for it. Okay. You are the chair, so the chair is supposed to talk about.
No, I'll leave with this. I remember, so we get to interview for these roles, right? And my FOC interview was back in 2019. And during that conversation, there was something that was said that I've always remembered. I think it was from Jana, actually, who said it near the end of my interview. And she said, you know, at FOC, we look at a lot of reports and data and numbers, but to be effective, we have to make sure that we recognize and remember that those numbers represent kids. And that stuck with me. And there have been challenging times, and there have been times we don't agree. Perhaps we're a little conflicted. And I've thought about that a lot. And that's why we're all here. Sometimes it's a meandering path, but we get there, and we've accomplished a lot. So thank you.
Thank you for all you do. All right, gotta get a picture. Gotta get a picture. Can't leave yet. Okay, next we have the Long Range Planning Committee, many of whom are here tonight for another purpose, for the Master Capital Plan. The LRPC studies school district sites, boundaries, and capital needs. We are very grateful to our outgoing LRPC members, and if you are here, please join me up front, along with Board Liaisons Directors Geiger and Moore, and the LRPC Chair, Michael Kemp. And those members are John Freeman and Michelle Major. So, and Michael Kemp, if you're here. Okay, excellent. Well, I will let you two talk about LRPC and thank them.
Much like what FOC does, a lot of what our committees do is dig into the details and help provide us high level. I joke that LRPC looks at the fields and looks at the weeds and then sometimes looks at the seeds on the weeds in the fields. And nobody was better at that than John Freeman. And I hope he tunes in and hears this. He held us to every standard. He looked at every document. He understood everything that was going on. And if he didn't, he made people explain it. And he has been an incredibly valuable resource for Long Range Planning Committee and the Mill Bond Oversight Committee. And he will be missed. Michelle Major always saw the big picture. She was invaluable in drawing boundaries. She brought a mother's perspective to LRPC, coupled with a very keen intellect and a view of what we needed to do right. There is a lot of experience and intelligence and just dedicated kids leaving LRPC. We have a great committee. We've got a lot of new people, but John and Michelle will be deeply missed. I served with both of them for 5 or 7 years, and they are just amazing people, and they are proof of what happens with our great volunteers and the change they can make in our district.
Okay, thank you so much to our LRPC members for those that are watching and listening tonight. All right, lastly, we have the Mill Bond Oversight Committee. And we'd like to thank those outgoing members as well. The MBOC has been invaluable as serving as a citizens committee for our 2018 and our 2023 mill levy override, as well as the 2018 and 2024 bond. The MBOC monitors the progress and improvements and the programs being implemented and works to ensure that the MLO bond expenditures are in alignment with the ballot language approved by the voters and transparent. If any of our MBOC outgoing members are here, please join me up front along with Board Liaisons Director Weininger and Thompson. And those outgoing members are John Freeman, Kim Brust, and Courtney Jewett. So thank you to those. And I don't know if you want to say a few words about MBOC.
Just something quick. Yeah, thank you to the outgoing members. They've provided great insight on overseeing the bond money and ideas for how to spend that correctly, or not correctly, but just mostly in time for deadlines, and just giving staff a lot of support in knowing that our community is in line with how bond money is being spent. And just on John Freeman, the chair who's outgoing, we're sad to have him go. He served since the beginning of MBOC, started in 2018, I believe it was. And he's done a great job. And I think he's left it in a great spot for the committee to continue on. And I know he said it was a privilege to serve as chair. So we'll definitely miss him. And yeah, there's a lot of openings on MBOC if anyone's interested to go online and try to apply.
I'll second that shameless plug. MBOC is a great committee. It's a very interesting committee to serve on and see how MLO and bond funds are spent, including exciting field trips to see new sites. So again, just another plug for that committee. Oh, and it doesn't meet that often. So the commitment is reasonable. So thank you to all of our outgoing members. And I also want to recognize John. John, I knew before serving in the role as a director, when I served on the District Accountability Committee and in our Mill Bond Exploratory Committee, where that's when I first encountered John. And again, a lot of integrity and ethic in how he operates. He holds everyone to a high standard. He is paying attention to every little detail that was described earlier. That was hilarious because that was him in a nutshell. And, you know, we're really fortunate to have such amazing community residents that step up to the plate and offer this type of service for the district, for the board, as well as for the greater community. These are important roles, and these volunteers have consistently come up and just, I don't know, they've come to the plate and they're batting and they're doing an amazing job. And I'm definitely going to miss John a lot because I think some of the biggest improvements that we've seen in this committee is due to his persistence. So thank you, John.
And on behalf of staff, I know that while these committees serve our Board of Education, the staff greatly appreciates all of the citizen participation, and we gain a lot of insight and learn a lot from our board committees. So thank you to all of our board committees, and that concludes our recognitions tonight.
All right, moving into item number 6, acceptance of the agenda. The recommendation is that the board approves the agenda as presented.
So I move to amend the agenda to add an executive session to receive legal advice pursuant to CRS 246402-4B for the purpose of seeking legal counsel regarding specific legal questions on Renaissance Charter application.
So where would you like to put that?
I would suggest putting it right after the recess before we before the presentation on Renaissance. So after 22, and it would be before 23.
Second.
Okay, so there is a motion by Director Meek to amend the agenda to include an executive session, to hold conference with its attorney to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B regarding legal obligations and legal ramifications related to approving Renaissance Charter application with conditions and/or related to denying Renaissance's charter application with conditions, and a second by Geiger. So I will take roll on that. Geiger.
Aye.
I was just going to say, if there was discussion, my rationale was there have been several legal memos and communications, and just having an opportunity to have dialogue and ask specific legal questions was my rationale. And so I support it.
I'm sorry, so to open it up for any other discussion, if there's any discussion, otherwise I'll just take roll. Any other discussion? Okay. So I'm sorry, let's start over. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
That is a 7-0. We will add that right after recess. It will now be item number 23. All right. Do I, Council Klemesh, do I need to take another roll now that, for that to completely amend it, or is it okay that we just added that in?
It's okay to add it in, but you should also reflect that the remaining agenda items will be renumbered accordingly.
Okay. So the agenda items will be renumbered accordingly. Now moving into superintendent updates.
Okay, thank you very much. Graduation season has officially concluded, and it is always an absolute joy to be able to witness our students as they begin their futures after high school. Since the last board meeting, I had the privilege of attending the DC Oaks and Eagle graduations, as I know several of you did. So congratulations again to the class of 2025. Speaking of graduations, 31 general education alternative licensure teacher candidates graduated from DCSD's 2-year alternative licensure program. So that's 31 new teachers in our system that we were able to put through. So we're really excited about. This year's graduating class also included 4 teachers who received the added endorsement in special education by completing a 1-year special education cohort, which is the first of its kind in DCSD. So we're really proud of that. Our special education cohort had 13 teachers, including the 4 who received the added endorsement. The other 9 teachers will return for the 25-26 school year to complete the 2-year alternative licensure program for a special education teaching license. The 2-year program requires that they complete the general education alternative licensure expectations along with the additional special education responsibilities and learnings. The Foundation for Douglas County Schools is hosting its annual Lend a Hand supply drive. This is a great opportunity for our community to come together to donate school supplies for students and teachers who need them. Donations are being accepted through July 25th at locations across Douglas County, including right here in the DCSD Wilcox building and most Douglas County library locations. Learn more on the Foundation for Douglas County Schools website. We are excited to be partnering with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office in the first ever transportation and road safety event taking place this summer on Saturday, July 19th at Mountain Vista High School. Be sure to save the date and look for information via our district and DCSO social media pages. Our hope is to replicate these events in other parts of the county with our law enforcement partners. DCSD's Nutrition Services Department has begun serving free summer lunches in our community. In alignment with the state of Colorado, please find locations and times on the Nutrition Services website. And congratulations to 9 talented students from Mrs. Stamper's 4th grade class at Northeast Elementary. These young authors took on the challenge of writing a frightening mini saga in 100 words or less for the Young Writers Fright Club contest. And their hard work paid off. Their chilling tales will be published this September in Fright Club Spine Chilling Tales. So congratulations to our 4th grade authors. Also, congratulations to Ranchview Middle School Spanish teacher Rebecca Webb. Miss Webb was awarded a grant to study in Seville, Spain during the summer. During her time in Spain, she will live with a host family, attend 2 weeks of Spanish classes, engage with the local community, and participate in cultural activities. An incredible opportunity to deepen both her language skills and cultural understanding. So congratulations, Rebecca. That concludes tonight's superintendent updates, rather thin since school has previously been let out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, moving into public comment. Tonight, 3 minutes will be allowed for each speaker. Please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests or staff in the room. Please keep your comments appropriate for a K-12 audience and adjust the mic when you come up so that we can hear you. We will start with students, then we'll move to remote, and then we'll come back to in-person. So we'll start with our in-person students, KJ Krakow and Delaney Beatty.
Hello and good evening. My name is KJ Krakow and I'm currently in 8th grade at Renaissance Secondary School. When I first arrived at Renaissance, I could tell right away it was different. There was something truly special about the school, something you feel as soon as you walk through the doors. The environment is warm and welcoming, not just because of the amazing teachers, but because of the students too. There's a real sense of belonging and connection here that I hadn't experienced before. One of the most memorable moments of my time so far has been Voyage, a multi-day outdoor experience where students spend time with classmates they may not normally interact with. On that trip, I made friends I never expected to make. I learned about teamwork, resilience, and stepping out of my comfort zone. It brought the entire grade closer together and was one of the reasons why I'm proud to be a part of the Renaissance community. But what sets Renaissance apart is the way it supports every kind of learner. Whether you love math, science, writing, art, or something in between, RSS gives you opportunities to grow and challenge yourself. The curriculum is thoughtfully designed, combining real-world learning with creativity and problem solving. I've never felt bored in class, which says a lot. The teachers at Renaissance are also a huge reason why the school is so successful. They don't just focus on test scores. They care about how we're doing as people. They take time to check in, to explain things when we're confused, and to make learning something we look forward to. You can tell they believe in us, and that makes a big difference. Right now, many students are on the waiting list want to be a part of this experience, including my little sister. With your approval of the new location, even more students can have access to the opportunities Renaissance provides. More families will have a school where their kids feel seen, supported, and excited to learn. Renaissance has changed my life in so many positive ways, and I believe it deserves the chance to grow and reach more people. Please say yes to the expansion. Thank you so much for your time and supporting students like me.
Thank you. Delaney?
Hi, my name is Delaney. I'm currently going into the 7th grade here at RSS, and I am very excited and honored to be here in front of you today. When I think of Renaissance Secondary, I think of community, more than just a school, more than just a place you have to go every morning because your parents make you get up out of bed. Renaissance Secondary is a family, or a crew. This past year, I have learned so much. My academic test scores improved by more than 10 points in both reading and math. This past school year, I have created over 5 projects and made it out of the year with a 3.5 or 4 in all of my classes. The family-like manner here at Renaissance Secondary makes it easier for me to learn and exceed expectations at school. I believe 5th graders and younger should have the same experiences that I have had here at RSS. The younger kids should have the opportunity to feel safe and cared for at a school while at the same time learning in a way they may have never learned before. And I have the resources available to them in the way they need to learn. My brother is 5 years old and is going into kindergarten this fall. One of the reasons he wants to go to Renaissance Elementary is to be closer to me. He also has been in the school with our mom, supporting me, and is excited about the possibilities they provide. If you support our expansion, and that will bring siblings closer together to feel even more a part of this community and have an even better learning experience. Another reason this expansion is a great idea is because to have all the grades together, it helps parents have one place to drop off their kids and get to work on time. With all this being said, I am asking for the board to vote yes to this expansion and make our education system better and give more students and families in the Douglas County area more resources for our education. I am asking that you support Renaissance's idea to expand our school. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We will move to our remote speakers, starting with Bob Marshall and then Julie Watkins. Bob, are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Well, I'm in motion, so it's kind of hard to give. I'm going to pull over here real quick. But I just wanted to make sure that the school board takes into strong consideration this home rule aspects that are going on and the damage it could do to the Douglas County School District. You heard the presentation by Commissioner Teal last week, and I did want to do a shout out to our superintendent, Erin Kane. When she came in, I was vehemently opposed to her, to be quite blunt, because of how she came to get into that position. But I have to say, for the last few years watching her, she has always done what is best for the Douglas County School District. And I hope that all the board members will take that into account when they're making their decisions on either collectively or individually coming out against home rule in the interest of the Douglas County School District, which includes all the charter schools that are public schools and every public school we have, because it is pretty clear that this home rule could be used to undermine the entire school district by going after the land that the developers have and are required to put aside for the school district. That is something that should be completely verboten, but it's obvious that the commissioners are not considering that off limits. So thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Julie Watkins.
She's online. We're asking her to unmute.
Hello?
Hi there. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Hang on one second. Good evening, board members. I'm speaking tonight to express deep concern about how this board and our broader community are being pulled into a rushed and deeply flawed home rule process, one that could have lasting negative implications for our school district. At the last Board of Education meeting, the Douglas County Commissioners were given time under the guise of providing information about home rule. In truth, it was a full-blown campaign speech, condescending, partisan, and even laced with personal digs at some of you. And now, when those opposing views asked to speak tonight to provide balance, they were denied that opportunity. That's not how a democracy should work. What's more alarming is the speed and potential illegality of this process. If home rule passes, commissioner elections will be certified by July 7th, and the final charter must be completed by September 8th. That gives just 2 months to draft a permanent and far-reaching charter. State law allows 240 days for this kind of work, including a feasibility study, which the commissioners seem to be skipping altogether. They frame this ballot measure as a study, yet are pushing to finalize a charter for the November ballot, just 133 days from now. It's rushed, opaque, and reckless. And the process could seriously impact DCSD. The charter could redefine local control, possibly granting the county power over district property, safety protocols, and school governance. Commissioner Layden has openly discussed metal detectors in schools, and the commissioner's rhetoric around the Second Amendment raises valid concerns about arming teachers and staff. Our schools could also be affected by county land use priorities. Will charter schools or commercial developments take precedence over traditional neighborhood schools? Who decides? Something this critical demands time, transparency, and community input. Instead, we're seeing a race to pass a plan that may already be written, with the elected commission acting as a rubber stamp. If this is truly about local control, then why are outside developers and wealthy interests pushing this so hard? As a former school board candidate 4 years ago, I have firsthand experience of how difficult it is to get messaging out to voters when your competition is extremely well funded by wealthy individuals and outside money. That same scenario is happening with home rule. The most recent Teresa report shows that the $110,200 contributed to its passage came from 5 donors, 3 of whom are developers and a trust based out of California, with only 2 donations coming from Douglas County citizens, who happen to be the wives of pro-home rule candidates. On the other hand, those opposing this home rule initiative have been supported financially through more than 260 Douglas County community members and 1 union entity. Grassroots donations total just over $30,000, which doesn't come anywhere close to the $110,000, but shows the widespread community support in opposing this power grab. At the last school board meeting, the commissioners asked you to pass a resolution in support of home rule. I truly hope that you will consider the community's input over the financial interests of developers, out-of-state trust, and 2 commissioner candidates' wives. Douglas County has the top performing school district in the metro area precisely because of its independent governance, strong community partnerships, and focus on students.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to in-person. Kelly Mayer, Kathy Leese, and Amy Wenju.
Good evening, Board Directors and Superintendent Kane. My name is Kelly Mayer. I'm the mom of many former and current DCSD students, and I am speaking on behalf of myself. I attended the May 27th DCSD board meeting expecting an informational presentation about home rule. Instead, I witnessed a troubling example of how our county commissioners are rushing this critical decision through a process we simply cannot trust. What was billed as information became a campaign event, with Commissioner Teal repeatedly outlining his personal agenda and inappropriately asking DCSD to endorse home rule. This premature push for endorsement exemplifies the Commissioner's reckless rush towards a decision that demands careful deliberation. Most alarming was Teal's admission that he never invited school board members to meetings with other elected officials because he hadn't considered how home rule might affect our district. This shocking oversight reveals the Commissioner's irresponsible approach to governance changes that could fundamentally alter our community. Commissioner Teal claims he never considered using land that typically goes to the school district, yet 2 commissioners exposed their plans to overstep into district policies on safety and land usage. Policies they acknowledge are most likely going to be settled in courts, wasting more tax dollars. This is a blatant lie about their true intentions. The commissioners themselves revealed their intentions to interfere with district operations. Teal wants to redirect DCSD land to charter schools, while Layden discussed mandating unfunded security measures. The county attorney confirmed that home rule could override district policies, with disputes likely ending in costly court battles that drain resources from education. When a director raised legitimate concerns, Teal dismissed her as uninformed, despite his own admission that he never considered the school district in his planning. This contempt for elected officials asking reasonable questions demonstrates exactly why we cannot trust this rushed attempt to gain more power. We're talking about the largest employer in Douglas County, the institution that educates our children, yet the commissioners rush forward without consulting those directly affected. Their grandstanding and failure to consider home rule's impact on our schools reveals a deeply flawed process that prioritizes political ambition over responsible governance. Douglas County deserves better than this rushed, ill-considered election. The commissioners' own behavior proves we cannot trust them to implement home rule responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Lees, Amy Winju, and then Amy DeBrogni.
Good evening, President Williams, directors, and Superintendent Kane. My name is Kathy Lees. I am a 30-year resident of Douglas County, speaking on behalf of myself. I wanted to thank Directors Moore, Geiger, Meek, and Thompson for asking the county commissioners substantive questions about how they see home rule impacting our school district. During board questioning, it became clear that the home rule poses serious risk to DCSD's independence. Commissioner Teal spoke openly about redirecting land intended for DCSD to independent charter schools. I have served on the Long Range Planning Committee for 8 years, and I am deeply alarmed by his complete disregard for the district's land planning and future growth. Commissioner Layden proposed using home rule to mandate metal detectors in our school without offering funding, and it felt like there was an implication of replacing our current security staff with county employees. And County Attorney Garcia confirmed that under home rule, the county might override DCSD policies, something that could end up in court. As a taxpayer, all I see is our tax dollars being spent on lawyers, not in students, in service of political agendas set by those not in our community. From the start, the commissioners used this board meeting as a campaign stop, not an information session. Commissioner Teal even ended by asking the board to pass a resolution endorsing home rule, clearly crossing the line into electioneering. These commissioners have shown time and again that this effort is not about students, staff, or community, it's about consolidating political power. I'm deeply disappointed that President Williams chose not to offer equal time for those who oppose home rule to share our concerns. It is all of your duties to protect the long-term financial and educational health of this district. That means resisting political pressure and doing what is right for our students. I am urging everyone to vote no on home rule, as commissioners have yet to show any real benefit to our community, but a great deal of risk to our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Winju, Amy DeBrogni, and Jen Iverson.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, board. How are y'all? This evening, I want to talk about a couple things. Renaissance School is an amazing charter school. It's already operating. It's not under investigation. Please consider voting yes. You've already turned down 2 charters, and I think at least one should go through under your term. These students are amazing. We've seen over and over, at least 20, 30 students come here and praise that school. I think that's pretty impressive. So please consider voting yes. I'd like to discuss Superintendent Kane's 20% plus raise. Did the teachers get a 20% raise? I ask that with sincerity. That's why the MLO bond was passed. I hope if the superintendents are getting 20% raises, teachers could as well. They're the ones really working their tushes off and earning the least amount of money. And that's what we do in the private sector, just throwing that out there. This evening, I also want to talk about the resolution to support Board Director Susan Meek as a candidate for home rule. We are hearing how bad home rule is. You know, I think that's a really good reason to vote no on that resolution, as her own people from the Douglas County Democratic Party can't even support Susan Meek. I mean, that's pretty impressive. I mean, I've got to say that myself. As far as home rule itself, people are asking questions. They're saying this is a power grab from out of our state. But really, it's not. It's in the Colorado Constitution. Colorado is one of just 6 states that allows home rule, and it's written in the Constitution. Maybe some people should go back and read it. As far as candidates to vote for, I highly, highly recommend, if anyone's listening, to vote for these candidates for home rule. For District 1, I recommend David Weaver, Jack Hilbert, our Sheriff Derek Weekly, Jack Gilmartin, our Assessor Toby Damish, and Laura Hefta. From District 2, I highly recommend Jennifer Green, Jay Munt, State Representative Max Brooks, Tom Wines, our councilman from Castle Rock, Tim Dietz, and our treasurer for our county, Dave Gill. For District 3, I highly recommend Robin Webb, CU Regent Frank McNulty, Monica Watson, Matthew Burcham, Ted Harvey, and Dan Brown. For at-large, I highly recommend our commissioners, Commissioner Kevin Van Winkle, Commissioner Abe Layden, and Commissioner George Teal. Thank you guys, but I would have really recommended that this board not politicize, but since it did, those are the candidates that I hope our floor majority support. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy DeBrogni, Jen Iverson, and then Jana Zinzer.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Amy DeBrogni, and I'm a co-leader of DC KID. We at DC KID would like to sincerely thank Board Member Valerie Thompson and DAC Chair Julie Gooden for their leadership on Senate Bill 25200, which was signed into law on May 23rd, and thank Superintendent Kane for attending the signing ceremony. I would also like to especially thank this board for your past support and your critical role in moving forward on dyslexia screening. SB 25200 is not just another mandate, it is a lifeline. It represents the kind of transformational change that will save and change lives by finally ensuring that students with characteristics of dyslexia are identified early, accurately, and equitably. For too long, families have carried the burden of navigating a broken system, where it depended on luck on whether they happened to live in a district where their kids could get the support they needed. This bill begins to shift that burden to where it belongs, onto systems that are supposed to support our kids equitably, no matter where they go to school. Now it is time to ensure that this legislation does not get filed away as a simple compliance task. I urge this board to use its oversight role to make sure that SB 25200 is implemented with integrity. Screening should not be a check-the-box form that disappears into a file cabinet. It should be and can be a catalyst for data-informed instruction, targeted interventions, and real-time system improvement. DC KID stands ready to partner in this work. We are here to support the district, its schools, and its families in navigating the changes ahead. Our goal is to be a resource to help foster collaboration and to ensure that the district is supported in building a system where no child's struggle with reading goes unnoticed or unaddressed. I hope the district will see this as an opportunity, not to just comply, but to lead. Use the screening data to strengthen Tier 1 instruction, identify students earlier, and close opportunity gaps before they widen. Let us make sure this becomes more than a mandate. Let us make it a movement toward better reading outcomes for all kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen Iverson, Jana Zinser, and Joseph Boyglin.
Good evening. This evening, I am speaking on behalf of Douglas County parents. Seeing Commissioner Teal's bullying behavior at the last board meeting, tonight's discussion of bullying within the monitoring reports feels particularly timely. His presentation also confirmed everything Douglas County parents warned about in our last public comment. Please vote no on home rule. The board has established clear expectations. Superintendent Kane must ensure students have adequate protection from bullying and harassment, deliver education sensitive to students' race, gender, identity, sexual orientation, religion, and disability, and provide equitable access to programs. The monitoring targets are encouraging. 80% of students should know how to respond to bullying, and fewer than 12% of students should experience it. However, we're concerned about a significant gap in the approach. Research consistently shows that the most effective anti-bullying interventions include restorative practices. Yet restorative justice isn't explicitly integrated into the anti-bullying monitoring, despite DCSD dedicating an entire webpage to restorative practices. Restorative justice doesn't just focus on punishment. It helps students understand impact, make amends, and prevents future incidents. It teaches empathy, gives victims a voice in healing, and addresses root causes rather than just symptoms. When combined with anti-bullying policies, it creates lasting cultural change. Every student deserves protection regardless of their identity. Students experiencing bullying and/or harassment based on race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability need comprehensive support that goes beyond just discipline. Our question for the board: will you ensure Superintendent Kane's monitoring reports include restorative justice integration with anti-bullying efforts? Will you provide the strong leadership our students need, leadership that doesn't back down when confronting bullying behaviors? Will these monitoring reports reflect best practices that research has proven most effective? Our students deserve evidence-based approaches and courageous leadership that creates safe, inclusive environments for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Jana Zinser, Joseph Boglin, Zoe Lisolo.
Hello. I'm here tonight to support the expansion of Renaissance. I have 6 kids that went to the Douglas County School District schools. The 2 that went to Renaissance went on to college. Let that sink in. My son went to Douglas County School, another Douglas County school, through 2nd grade. He was so shy in kindergarten that I gave him points when he came home if he had talked to anybody that day. At Renaissance, he learned to become a leader. His teachers had his back. He participated in theater and choir, and he led the drum circle. He learned that he can overcome obstacles. He was well prepared for academic success. He graduated from the Colorado Film School, and he just finished another science degree from the University of Hawaii. Renaissance values leadership, independence, and fighting through the struggles. My son would come home from the Renaissance camping trips proud that he had climbed the mountains that he didn't know he was capable of reaching. And he continues to do that with life's struggles. My daughter went to Renaissance from kindergarten all the way through high school. At Renaissance, she participated in theater, community service projects, and a rafting trip that she was sure she would not survive. She is now a senior at CSU with a communications major. She has an internship next year with the CSU athletic department, and she is an assistant manager at the store at the student union. Her ability to go for things that seem impossible is due to Renaissance. Renaissance teachers and staff care about the kids. They push them to try and accomplish hard challenges, achieve high academically, care about people and the environment. and learn to be a leader. Isn't this what we want our kids to be? Renaissance is a community. Renaissance kids still argue and worry and complain for sure. They're kids. Growing up isn't easy. It's a process. And like all of us, sometimes they fall. But to have the experience of Renaissance, of knowing that they can get back up and keep going, that they can succeed, and that the teachers and staff believe in them, is a gift that carries them through life. I very definitely support expanding Renaissance and its goals of giving kids a running start towards success in school and the ability to climb life's really hard mountains. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Joseph Boglin, Zoe Lasolo, and Ryan Lazzaroni.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Baglin, and I'm going into my third year studying electrical engineering at the Colorado School of Mines. I graduated from Renaissance Secondary in 2023 after attending the school since 7th grade. At Renaissance, I was introduced to STEM topics that not only sparked my interest, but eventually led me to choosing engineering as my college degree path. But that spark of interest would not have turned into a passion if not for the way Renaissance committed to supporting my learning. The teachers and faculty at this school put their connections with their students before anything else, meaning that every student's individual learning journey was recognized, including my own. The connections I built with my teachers at Renaissance let them push me in the direction I needed to go to end up at Mines, and it gave me the tools to succeed at such a competitive school. Everyone with a mouth told me that the best way to succeed in college was to build connections with my professors. And because of Renaissance, I was fully equipped to excel in that department. With the need for more elementary schools in Castle Rock, it's refreshing to see a school like RSS expanding into that field. The connections students build with their elementary school teachers are so important for building a good foundation for their education. And I'm confident that RSS will provide students with everything they need and more to exceed in middle and high school and beyond. I ask that the board support the expansion of Renaissance and vote yes. This program deserves to grow so that more families can access the wonderful education it provides. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoe Lasolo, Ryan Lazzaroni, and Chelsea Johnson.
Hello, my name is Zoe Lissolo. I am a 2025 graduate at Renaissance Secondary. I have attended 3 different schools during my high school career, but when I look back on these past 4 years, my first 2 schools are an afterthought. I attended Douglas County High School my freshman year and Colorado Early Colleges my sophomore year, and those schools now feel like distant memories. At those places, the school was just a building, and the people around me were nothing more than blurred faces in the hallway. But attending Renaissance was like opening my eyes to colors I didn't know existed. From the moment I walked through the doors junior year, I was welcomed with open arms and excited hearts. Despite being the new kid, I never felt like an outsider. At Renaissance, new students aren't treated like an intrusion. They're seen as new opportunities, new members of the crew. That spirit of crew, of belonging and connection, is what defines Renaissance. Our culture is unlike any other. Voyages push us physically and mentally, bonding us over shared struggles, all while having greasy hair and smelling of BO, which is already a vulnerable place in itself. We sit in chow circles, learning to be open, sentimental, and supportive of one another. We drum together, creating rhythms that pulse through us as one. And yet, that's only a fraction of what it means to be a part of this community. One of my favorite memories was at one of my first spirit assemblies. A student was singing the national anthem, hit a high note, and her voice cracked. Obviously embarrassed, she cursed under her breath. But when she finished, the entire room erupted in cheers and shouts, louder than I'd ever heard before. That moment showed me what Renaissance is all about: compassion, support, and love. It was something I didn't think high school students were even capable of, because of my previous experiences at other schools. But I learned that with the right environment, they are more than capable of it. Renaissance didn't just teach me to appreciate community, it taught me that I have the power to shape it. My class helped grow school spirit and celebrate what makes us unique. And we did that because Renaissance gave us the freedom to lead. If we had an idea, we could make it happen. We could collaborate with the school to make our visions reality. That empowerment, the ability to lead, to belong, to dream, is what sets Renaissance apart from other schools. It taught me that people can do hard things no matter their age, and that we can build a better world together. We aren't just bystanders who inherit generations of destruction with no way to change it. We can be outlets and vessels of change if only we have the passion to do so. I didn't know how deeply I needed this kind of growth, but I'll carry it with me forever. Choosing Renaissance was one of the best decisions of my life, and I hope future students get to experience the same joy of being part of something so special.
Ryan Lazzaroni, Chelsea Johnson, Elaine Tunkel.
Sorry. Good evening. My name is Ryan Lazzaroni. I'm a parent of a current and an incoming student at RSS and both previous students at Renaissance Elementary next door. You've heard a lot of qualitative evaluations of Renaissance as a school, and you'll hear some more from me, but in between, or on the other ends, I would like to point out that quantitatively, Renaissance Secondary is an extremely high-performing school, and that should have value in this equation. Qualitatively, it starts with the exceptional leadership of Dr. Stewart. Dr. Stewart has assembled a strong team over the past several years and established an incredible culture at this school of accountability, drive, and persistence, and focus on the whole student. This is enabled by the exceptional staff and faculty who have demonstrated incredible personal investment, individual accountability, a collaborative mindset, and persistence in the face of adversity. The students are the real beneficiaries of this. They show those same attributes of investment, accountability, collaboration, and persistence. This is driven by the school's focus on expeditionary learning, academic excellence being just one component. Outdoor education and project-based learning drive these attributes as well. Science is important, reading is necessary, math is great, but they're all just part of the equation. Putting the pieces together with social skills, experiential learning, and even just learning how to tie a trucker's hitch or cook your own meals and set up your own tent are experiences I wish that I had when I was in school. Back to the quantitative, academic achievement, post-secondary and workforce readiness, and growth measurements of success across the state of Colorado are areas that are also exceptional for Renaissance Secondary. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Chelsea Johnson, Elaine Tunkel, Melissa England.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Johnson. I'm the theater director and GT facilitator at Renaissance Secondary School. I have degrees in musical theater and educational leadership, and I also have a professional principal license for the state of Colorado. I first came to this community as a mom searching for a school for my own child, and Renaissance was exactly what I was looking for. There was no macaroni art on the walls. Instead, the development of artistic voices, evidence of the creative process, the scientific method, and inquiry investigations on the walls. Both of my children completed their journey in primary education here at Renaissance, and I can honestly say that today they're creative, intelligent, engaged adults that continue to serve this community. Those of us in education know how vital those foundational years are in developing a drive for lifelong learning. And I have seen that development in the mindsets and dispositions of my own children and the countless Renaissance peers that have graduated with them. I count myself really lucky to have found Renaissance. And I hope that you carefully consider how positively impactful the vertical alignment of K-12 programming is when a child participates in a well-funded, well-supported, intentional program like Renaissance. I've worked across educational settings from Pueblo to Denver in a variety of roles, from classified to administrative. And I've been a part of this community for over 15 years. And I can tell you with absolute conviction, what happens at Renaissance is rare, it's inspiring, and as the school board for Douglas County, you should be really proud that you are offering this kind of programming to your community. I know I'm proud of being part of a district that supports empowering parents through school choice. I appreciate this board's mission and end statement, especially your commitment to ensuring that all students under your care will achieve their highest individual potential in safe, accessible, thriving, and welcoming learning environments. And two, the cost of that demonstrates good stewardship of your resources. We need a thriving space that you've promised. Our space is holding us back. Both schools have wait lists. Classrooms are spilling out into hallways. In the theater, performing arts students put up and take down whole productions each night in order to have the place ready for classes taught in that same space the next day. I might add, 2 of the top 10 playwrights in the state of Colorado this year were from Renaissance Secondary School. The Denver Center for Performing Arts is giving us a playwriting residency next year because of our achievement. We need a real theater. We need real labs, we need sports facilities, and we need to be able to take children from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade in a program that loves and cares for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Tunkel, Melissa England, and Cassie Cotsworth. Yeah.
Hi. Thank you for having us here. I'm Elaine Tunkel, and my daughter will be in 1st grade next year. She had a fantastic kindergarten year thanks to an excellent teacher at our neighborhood school, and for this, we'll forever be grateful. But during the year, I started to look at other schools based on things my daughter said and things I learned about her learning style and preferences. She said numerous times, "Mom, I love my teacher and my school, but I don't like sitting crisscross applesauce for so long. It hurts my legs." Can she sit still when required? Of course. She did it all year because she's respectful of her teachers and follows the rules. But would she do better with more autonomy in how she learns the content and moving her body more? Yes, definitely. When choosing schools in which to open enroll, I chose ones, public and charter, that allow more movement and collaboration throughout the day, and those that include as much outdoor time as possible. We got waitlisted on all of them. The one we really want is Renaissance Expeditionary Magnet School, and we're halfway down the list for 1st grade. I'm not sure how long that list is, but I've heard the number on the wait list for the school right now is 172, and there's little hope that we'll get in for the upcoming school year. Thus, I'm here to speak on behalf of the expansion of the Renaissance Secondary School to be able to accommodate K through 5 and thus open more opportunities for the many families like mine that want this kind of educational experience for their kids. I didn't know much about the expeditionary learning model prior to this proposal to expand. I just knew I loved all the things I was hearing my friend's daughter was doing at school this year and that she attends REMS, and it made me want my daughter to go there too. I attended their information session and tour and knew for sure that was the type of school for us. I have since become educated on the learning model itself and am even more convinced that I want my daughter to be part of the crew. And after hearing these testimonials, it's even more so. When I took the tour of REMS, it felt like home. It felt like an inviting, fun, and inspiring place to learn, a place kids really enjoy being. I was very impressed by the kids and their passion for learning and life, as well as the adults in the building and their kindness, creativity, and dedication. And the art on the walls is one of those things that really made a difference for me. I love the opportunities that the kids are provided to be outside, both in nature and the community. Learning can take place anywhere and everywhere. I've visited RSS as well and get the same all-around inspiring feeling from it. Just looking in the front doors, the lobby, it just isn't so inviting, and everything about the outdoor environment as well. When I learned they were looking to expand, I became so hopeful there might be a chance for my daughter to get to experience the expeditionary learning approach for grade 2 and beyond at one of the 2 schools. I've lived in a neighborhood I love in Highlands Ranch for 22 years, but would move for this incredible learning
15
opportunity
seconds
for my daughter.
remaining.
I'll do anything I can to help them build it and be successful. I just want to say we're blessed that Douglas County has so many wonderful schools and many different types of schools. Thank you for giving us choice and for considering adding to the choice by expanding the expeditionary learning model so more kids, families in the world can benefit from it. Thank you.
Melissa England, Cassie Cotsworth, Shannon Herzog. Good evening. My name is Melissa England, and as a dedicated teacher at Renaissance Secondary School, I stand before you tonight, not just as an advocate, but as someone who has witnessed firsthand the transformative power of our unique approach to education. It's an honor to speak with you again in strong support of Renaissance Secondary School's expansion. All of us are here tonight united in our conviction regarding the crucial decision you will make about Renaissance's growth. I genuinely hope the 2 weeks since the last meeting where I and many others who are here tonight passionately shared with you all that Renaissance is, has given you ample time to consider this matter fully, especially in regards to the perceived lack of demand. Respectfully, that perception simply does not align with the reality on the ground. As a longtime Castle Rock resident, I've had countless conversations with neighbors, community members, my hairstylist, dental hygienist, and many, many others about Renaissance's mission and vision. The truth is, folks know who we are, and through these authentic connections, I know that our community desperately wants and truly needs this program. This isn't just a survey statistic or a whispered hope. It's the lived experience of our community. The demand isn't merely anecdotal. It is tangible, it is growing, it represents a significant, undeniable segment of our community actively seeking meaningful, high-quality educational options. To deny this expansion would be a profound disservice to the educational aspirations of this community, and a deeply regrettable missed opportunity for our district to truly serve our students with excellence they deserve. The expansion of Renaissance isn't just about adding grades or enhancing facilities. It's about building an even stronger foundation for our youngest Douglas County learners and offering a proven model of student success that enriches our entire community. We urge you to consider the tangible benefits and the profound positive impact this expansion will have on the lives of our children and the vitality of our district. In addition, I want to emphasize that I've personally seen the incredible leadership at Renaissance move our school in a direction that is truly at the forefront of education. This isn't just administrative oversight. It's a visionary team that inspires confidence and fosters an environment where every child feels seen, valued, and empowered. I have absolute faith that our administrative team possesses the capabilities to make this type of engaging, caring, and supportive education a reality for hundreds more students in Douglas County. The leadership at Renaissance uniquely combines the conceptual capabilities to dream big with the incredible operational support of our dedicated staff, the meticulous management of all the necessary parts of running a school, and genuine, deep connections with our entire community. I call upon you to listen to the authentic voices of those who stand before you tonight. Your vote to approve Renaissance's expansion is not just a procedural formality. It is a vote for progress, a vote for directly meeting undeniable community demand. Thank you. Cassie Cotsworth, Shannon Herzog, Tom Richardson.
Sounds real good. Okay. Good evening, board members. I will actually be reading on behalf of Cassie Cotsworth. She says, I am writing as a parent and proud supporter of Renaissance Secondary School in Castle Rock, Colorado. My son Ian will be entering 7th grade there this fall, and our family has seen firsthand the value and the impact of the Renaissance model. I urge you to approve Renaissance's request to expand their program to include kindergarten through 5th grade. The current 6th through 12th structure provides a uniquely immersive, real-world learning experience, and expanding this opportunity to younger students is not only logical, but it's essential. At the heart of Renaissance education are learning expeditions, interdisciplinary, project-based explorations of real-world issues. These expeditions go beyond traditional classroom learning by asking big questions, connecting disciplines, and developing critical thinking. This is not just learning about the world, it's learning from the world and for the world. The program's emphasis on real-world projects, original research, field experiences both locally and globally, interviews with experts, collaboration, and personal development makes it stand out in preparing students for life, not just academic achievement. This type of learning should be accessible as early as possible. Expanding to K-5 would allow Renaissance to begin nurturing these mindsets and skills from the ground up, giving children a consistent, intentional foundation that builds throughout their academic journey. This is not simply about adding grades. It's about cultivating a generation of thoughtful, curious, engaged learners from the very beginning. Thank you for your time and your considering the long-term value Renaissance can offer our district's youngest learners. Sincerely, Cassie Cotsworth.
Thank you. Shannon Herzog, Tom Richardson, and Nina DeCalvo.
Good evening. I'm so lucky to be here, and I'm so lucky to work at Renaissance Secondary School. Thank you so much for listening so closely to all of us for the past several weeks. Your job is not easy. By this point, you not only want to pass the charter, but you want to ditch your seat and apply to come work with us, I'm sure. If you're on the fence at all about expanding our charter, I hope the testimony you hear tonight confirms that our school model and programming are exceptional. In fact, I'm thrilled that the charter school application review team has already approved this expansion. As you have heard, there was a horrific act of violence on Pearl Street Mall in Boulder last week. One of the citizens there, a Holocaust survivor, visited our 7th grade classroom this spring. She was among those injured, and she and her daughter were badly burned. One of our students, deeply impacted by her visit, emailed me that same night, wondered if she was there, and asked if there was anything he could do to support her. His compassionate response reminded me just how deeply our students are engaging with the world around them. After her visit, they studied the Holocaust through art, literature, and personal reflection. They dedicated their work to her and sent it by mail. As fate would have it, it reached her just a day before the attack. This kind of complex thinking and emotional connection to learning is not the exception at Renaissance, it's the norm. We are held to the highest expectations by connection with experts in the world. In science and humanities, students recently studied food systems through a hydroponics case study. They built functioning hydroponic units, examined sustainability, and explored how food access affects community health and equity. They didn't just grow plants, they grew their understanding of complex systems and ethical responsibility. As a case study to an epidemics expedition, students partnered with a nonprofit called Intellite to research the science of addiction and the stigma we often attach to those who experience substance use disorder. They learned to speak with compassion, write with urgency, and present to authentic audience. Our students are learning to lead with a deep intellect and heart. Despite adding a beautiful yurt, we find ourselves teaching in the hallways. Our wait list grows longer every year. Our class sizes are climbing. What a beautiful problem to have and to solve. I told my teammate that any good teacher can teach in a grass shack probably wasn't very supportive of me. We've reached a point where expansion just isn't about space. It's about continuing to provide the kind of learning that empowers students to care, question, and act. I'm so lucky to have meaningful work as a classroom teacher and beyond blessed to have wonderful students who I get to work with.
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you for allowing us to continue to grow.
Thank you. Tom Richardson and Nina DeCalvo.
Good evening. My name's Tom Richardson. My child, William, attends Renaissance and is entering the 9th grade. The heart of Renaissance is their project and expedition-based learning model. It leverages immersive expeditions that weave together math, science, history, the arts, and more. Students design sustainable solutions, interview local experts, draw connections between academics and life. This kind of learning sparks creativity, hones problem-solving skills, and builds transferable habits to college, career, and life. Complementing this approach are diverse elective modules centered on finding and fostering student passions. Whether STEM, arts, athletics, or service, this allows students to discover their strengths within an intimate and supportive community, made possible by Renaissance's intentionally smaller class size. Students benefit from close advisory crews, mentorship, and the sense of being seen, something impossible in an overcrowded school. My child, Will, arrived at Renaissance as a kind, empathetic, and creative student, but also one who struggled significantly with dyslexia and ADHD. At their previous school, Mesa, here within Douglas County, Will faced relentless bullying, and as a result began to regress academically, even though they remained intelligent and motivated. Mornings became painful. Will would wake at 5 a.m. and catch a 6:30 a.m. bus, dreading every day. But when Will joined Renaissance, something changed. As part of transitioning to high school, each student wrote a 6-word memoir. Will's was simply, a new school is an opportunity. Those 6 words weren't just a statement. For Will, they were profound. Renaissance became far more than an opportunity. It was a blessing. It gave them structure, challenges tailored to their strengths, and compassion for their struggles. Their creativity blossomed again, their confidence returned, and their educational trajectory shifted from hanging on to genuinely thriving. This illustrates for me why maintaining those small class sizes and expanding thoughtfully is absolutely critical. Without the right facilities and proper staffing ratios, this model that works so well falls apart. Students like Will need their space to explore accommodations for their learning differences and a community that sees them, not just their test scores. So tonight I urge you, approve Renaissance's expansion plan.
Thank you. Nina Del Calvo.
Good evening. I'm going to be reading on behalf of Nina. So my name is Nina Sullivan, and I've been proud to call this community home for over 30 years. I'm a Douglas County graduate, a parent, and a passionate advocate for educational excellence. And I'm here tonight to urge you to support the expansion of Renaissance Secondary School, an institution that embodies the very best of what public education can offer. Let me start with a personal story. In 2018, I placed my children on the wait list for Renaissance Elementary. We believed so strongly in the school's approach that we were willing to wait 3 full years. It wasn't until 2021 that we were finally able to enroll our children at the secondary level. They never had the chance to benefit from the elementary program that could have shaped their educational foundation earlier. But this isn't just my story, it's the story of hundreds of families in Douglas County who see the value of Renaissance and are held back by a limited capacity. The persistent waitlist at Renaissance Elementary highlights a very real and growing demand, a demand for a type of education that goes beyond test scores, one that engages students deeply and meaningfully. One of the most powerful elements of Renaissance experience is the culture of crew. In a world that often teaches competition over connection, competition above connection, this school teaches students to support one another, to grow together. In this environment, students grow not just academically, but as empathetic, thoughtful, and resilient human beings. I've seen firsthand how this philosophy impacts lives. My children are more confident, more collaborative, more compassionate because of their time at Renaissance. That kind of character development is just as important as any academic achievement. Expanding Renaissance is not just about alleviating a waitlist. It's about investing in a proven model that benefits the entire district. Schools like Renaissance raise the bar, they spark innovation, and they make Douglas County a more appealing place for families who value educational choice and excellence. Board members, I urge you to see the expansion of a Renaissance Secondary School not as an expense, but as an investment in our children, our community, and our future. The families waiting on these lists deserve access to educational approaches that meet their children's needs. The talented students already in the program deserve facilities that match their ambition and potential. The evidence is clear, Renaissance schools work. The question before you tonight is not whether these schools deserve expansion. Their track record speaks for itself. The question is whether we, as a community, are committed to providing every child with access to that kind of education that provides them not just, or prepares them not just for tests, but for life. I respectfully ask you to support in expanding Renaissance to include pre-K. Our children are counting on us to make the right choice.
15 seconds
Our
remaining.
community's future depends on it. Thank you, Nina Sullivan.
Thank you. All right. That concludes public comment. We will move into the adoption of consent agenda. The recommendation is that the board approves items numbers 10 through 19 on consent agenda. Do I have a motion concerning that?
So move.
Moved by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Thompson,
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger,
Aye.
passes 7-0. Moving into the approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the minutes from the regular meeting held on May 27th. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes? Oh, Director Thompson.
I would like to amend the minutes before we move to approve. So I'll give you a second to pull it up.
Sure.
I just would like to add a little bit more additional information to the home rule presentation. So the purpose of the home rule presentation was to discuss the implications on the school district for home rule. And I just think that the language about the implications that were presented should be included. And so I'm open to discussion, but what I have is there was mention of new regulations. There wasn't a lot of clarity about what those would look like, but that was one of the notes for the impact on schools. There was a conversation about the dynamic of relationships and redefining roles. So the relationship between the county and the school district. There was conversation around land use and then safety and security. So my ask is we add a bulleted list. I don't know if there's any other thoughts or anything I might have missed.
So to be clear, the 4 bullet points that I have are new regulations, redefining roles, land use, and safety and security.
That would be fine, yeah.
I would move to adopt it, the amended minutes as presented by Director Thompson. I think those are pretty neutral evaluations of the discussion we had.
Thank you.
So can you just explain how it would read, just so I'm really clear?
Oh, me or what she copied?
I just had
Whatever
bullet
the
points.
motion's going to be.
Yeah, so
like whatever
I
language.
I just said the bullet points that she put out so that it would say the implications that were presented are as follows: new regulations, redefining roles, land use, and safety and security.
I would just add to with the school district, implications
With
on
the,
the school.
with
on the
implications
school
with the school district.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to call a vote if we have consensus or if no one is in disagreement. Do we need to call a vote?
Well, we have to vote to approve the minutes anyway,
Okay.
so if you amend them, then we can just, Director Geiger motion to amend them as you presented them. So do I have a second first, and then we can move into discussion if anybody has that?
Just a clarification. Is this going under number 25 on page 11? Or under the presentation?
Under the presentation, I closed the window, so yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, number 25. All right, so I have a motion by Geiger to approve them as amended by Director Thompson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Director Meek. So Geiger,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Moore,
Yes.
Myers,
Aye.
Thompson,
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger,
Aye.
passes 7-0. And then we will move into item 21, the adoption of the 25-26 Master Capital Plan. Looks like we have LRPC and COO Cosgrove.
All right. Thank you so much for having us here today to talk about the Master Capital Plan. I represent the Long Range Planning Committee as its chair, and Rich is here to support me from the staff perspective. So without further ado, let's jump into it. It's been a heck of a year. All right, next slide, please. Oh, I have the power. All right. So this year has been an incredible year for the Long Range Planning Committee. We were given the following 4 priorities by the school board, or by yourselves, I guess. And so wanted to report out on what happened alongside those. So as far as school capacity and boundary changes, we actively participated and supported and advised on the growth and decline efforts. Incredible job by the district to get ahead of that need that we had been discussing for several years and continue to monitor. The next is the Master Capital Plan, which you'll see a lot more detail around that, where we can see a lot of the impacts that approving the bond had on our capital needs as a district. So another positive story there. The other area is we monitor the real estate needs, so the land inventory, declaring excess inventory when it's appropriate to do so, allowing the district to recover those funds, but only when appropriate, and keeping the right land that we may need for future purposes. And then the final component of our service on the Long Range Planning Committee is to support the charter application review team and their evaluation of charters from a location as well as school capacity impact standpoint. And so in all of those areas, the entire committee has done a phenomenal job this year of actively participating. And I also have to say that staff has done an incredible job of supporting our committee and driving those needs. And you as a board have done a fantastic job of listening to those needs and taking appropriate actions. So thank you. All right, so the 300-page Master Capital Plan that I know Director Geiger just waits for every year. So we've got some changes that happened from last year, and most notably, we highlight the impacts of the 2024 bond, which had obviously a positive impact on our capital needs, as well as the $20 million reserve fund. We also have added in the assessment of Stone Canyon's needs over the next 5 years. It's something that the district is responsible for, and so we needed to make sure that that was accounted for in the Master Capital Plan, as well as identifying and evaluating new construction, so some areas where it's no longer needed, and other areas where it is most definitely going to be needed. So those are the major changes that you'll see in the Master Capital Plan. And then a look to the future is really about creating summary plans and digitizing via dashboards so that the Master Capital Plan can continue to be consumable and digestible by the public and as transparent as we possibly can make it so that everyone can understand what their capital needs of their specific schools truly are. All right, now we get into my favorite part, the numbers. Okay, so when looking at the rest of the presentation, you're going to hear me refer to funded and unfunded. So funded refers to items that are funded via the 2024 bond, as well as the $20 million in unassigned funds. So what you can see actually on the left-hand side is the direct impact that the bond funding has had on our capital needs as a district. And it took a massive chunk out of those needs, and we'll continue to see the benefits of that over the next several years. And so this is just my way of saying thank you to yourselves as well as the public for that need. So For the rest of the presentation, we're going to focus a lot on the unfunded needs, right? And so of those unfunded needs, the two biggest drivers are new construction and facility reinvestment. There is a smattering of other needs, IT and otherwise, but those two areas will continue to drive the capital needs of the district moving forward. And so from the new construction standpoint, we have a remaining 42 million, and the facility reinvestment on the low end has a roughly 185 million up to a 264 million dollar need that will need to be addressed in the coming years. Zooming over to our new construction needs. So the 42 million in new construction needs are related to the Parker bus terminal. You'll see revised numbers from last year as many bus terminals are being built throughout the state, and so we have more accurate information about those costs. And then we can also very clearly see, again, the benefit of the bond in the new construction of those three facilities. So thank you again to the district for that piece. As we look forward to 6 to 10 years, again, the needs continue to grow. The primary driver of the 6 to 10 year needs being the need for middle and high school in the Northeast I-25 area, as well as a secondary school in the Sterling Ranch area, be that a middle or high school or a version of both. We want to keep our needs flexible. This is, again, 6 to 10 years out, so need to remain flexible in that area. So those are the primary drivers of new construction needs in the 6 to 10 year time horizon. All right. Now, if I sound like a broken record, it's because I want to continue to emphasize the benefit that the 2024 bond had and the need to consider continually funding the district via mechanisms like that. So what you can see is in the 1 to 5 year capital plan, the numbers on this page are all relate to reinvestment capital. So that is maintaining our school buildings in the quality that we have come to expect as our top performing school district. And so we tier those needs out from 1 to 4, 1 being the primary need. There's typically this is something that would cause a school to close if it were not addressed. There's a whole set of definitions we'll get to on the next page. But you can see that we still have some remaining needs from a capital reinvestment standpoint. But in the chart on the right, you're going to see the benefit of the 2018 bond. So not only does the 2024 bond have a 1 year impact, oh great, we addressed the capital needs, you continue to see knock-on effects from funding and addressing those tier 1 capital needs. For in the 2018 standpoint, we actually saw about 3.5 years of benefit, right? Once you invest in those water heaters, a lot of the downstream impacts of those investments, those parts don't fail as often. And so that's really the message, is that bonds work, and they don't just work for 1 year. They actually have knock-on effects for several years. And so we're going to continue to see that. However, 3.5 years is going to come up a little bit faster than maybe we all would like it to. And so we want to make sure that we maintain on the board's radar that in that time horizon would be an appropriate time to continue to consider funding mechanisms like that. Which leads me into there's work to be done. So of the remaining capital needs for reinvestment, you'll continue to see that tier 1 remains the priority, right? These aren't capital needs that are incredibly superfluous. We want, the shiniest sign or those things. These are true capital needs that will need to be addressed in an appropriate time horizon. So there remains work to be done. We want to continue to keep on your radar that the capital needs of the district unfortunately will not be slowing down. The buildings will continue to age, and growth and decline will continue to have impacts on the capital needs of the district. But again, a huge thank you to this year taking the right moves that were needed to address these needs. And we're just going to continue to bug you about continuing to do those right activities for our capital needs. All right. So this is our request for the Board of Education to adopt the 2025-2026 Master Capital Plan. So that is our request this evening. Any questions that I can defer to Rich?
First, thank you so much. I know that the Master Capital Plan is quite the job, so I appreciate the work that LRPC does. Director Geiger, sorry.
No.
I was trying to say Geiger and doctor at the same time.
First of all, Mr. Kemp, thank you very much to your committee, to all the work that was done in that, to staff, Siobhan Caldwell, and for the last time, to COO Richard Cosgrove, who has directed many of these and who has directed the district in many ways. I suspect this is your last time you will be in front of us, Mr. Cosgrove, and that is, while I appreciate the new hire, your experience will be missed. That said, we have discussed at Long Range Planning Committee, you have discussed at Long Range Planning Committee, that the MCP is becoming a somewhat, shall I say, unwieldy document.
Yes, it is.
Is there any thought within the LRPC to making it more usable for the public?
Absolutely. That is on our agenda over the next couple of years, and thank you for bringing that up. So the first step towards that is going to be a consolidated executive version, if you will, that will have, the high points and then referring individuals that want to understand their basics or their schools' individual needs to the larger plan. And then the secondary step there is going to be producing I don't want a solution for the district, but likely a web page or dashboard format where individuals can look up and filter for the exact specific capital needs that they are interested in.
Okay. And I wanted to look, page 6, which is the list of 6 to 10-year needs. Those are inflation-adjusted numbers for what it's going to cost us to build schools?
Thank God, yes, they are. Yes.
So within the next 6 to 10 years, depending on a number of things, including international decisions beyond our control, we are literally talking about to build a new high school, we're talking nearly $300 million?
Yes.
Does that kind of speak to build earlier rather than later?
Most definitely. These are not getting less expensive with time, regardless of policy or inflation. It's not going to go backwards.
Okay, and the same with almost everything we build, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Although, as I recall, the Parker bus terminal actually declined slightly in cost because of more information.
Correct.
What is the Long Range Planning Committee's continued goal to evaluating demographic changes in the district and how to address those with various solutions?
Yep. And I think we've seen a lot of creativity within the district on addressing some of those needs, in particular with the growth and decline efforts that were fortunately adopted to address some of those needs. Those are going to continue to happen. We have an enormously large district with significant variance. So some of the things that we as a district do, or as a committee do, is we work with the state demographer's office to continue to understand those growing needs. We work with designated demographic consultants to monitor those needs and make appropriate recommendations. Sometimes it's something that a boundary change can fix. Sometimes you do so many boundary changes that it ends up with an unwieldy boundary, and you need to address things a little bit more aggressively with some capital investment. And so we balance those two activities.
Okay. 2 more questions. One, I know that one of your projects next year is to deal with the new boundaries in what we are calling Ridgegate and Sterling Ranch, or elementary schools 50 and 51. Do the LRPC expect to be deeply involved in that discussion?
Absolutely, we do. We, in the most recent meeting, had a timeline presented of, where we can expect significant numbers of additional meetings and discussion and guidance, and we anticipate being heavily involved in that process and providing the years of wisdom and guidance that others on the district or on the committee certainly have.
Okay. And finally, in making long-range plans about where to build schools and evaluating demographics and long-range planning, is it important for us to know which properties are available for construction and which ones might, for example, be awarded to outside groups by the Board of County Commissioners?
That is absolutely critical to our planning capabilities, and one of the great things that the staff does on in conjunction with the Long Range Planning Committee is evaluate sites and site alternatives consistently throughout the year. I'll shout out to Rich and Siobhan and the team for selecting world-class sites. In particular, the Sterling Ranch site is, for us site nerds, almost makes us tear up with how excellent that site is. And so our ability as a district to have that, so that way when we are building these schools, that we are building them on sites where people are going to want to go there, and it's going to be easy for pick up, drop off. It's a place where you're going to want to put your kids.
Thank you, and again, thank you to everybody. I know there's other members of the committee here. Thank you for all the work, and I've only been through about 260 pages of this one, but I'll get to it.
Yeah. 50
Good for
more.
you. Anyone else?
Any other questions?
Director Thompson.
Thank you for the presentation, and I'm going to echo Director Geiger's comments. Thank you, Rich, for your career of service at the district. So my question, could you just provide clarity on timelines for me? So for something to be included in the master capital plan. So, right, this is a robust document. I understand that elements of this document come through multiple types of processes. But for example, when we learn that a new development is going to happen, so for example, we know about a new development going to happen in Castle Rock. Obviously, that's not reflected in this plan. I would assume maybe next year's plan, depending on if we're able to figure out the impact on what we anticipate the population would be. But do you mind just explaining the process and the timeline for those types of changes to occur? And are there communities that we're anticipating that aren't reflective in this document outside of the one I just mentioned?
Sure. So I would say the timeline really kind of starts in January, and I'll ask Rich to correct anything I miss here, but the timeline starts in January with the October counts, and then we actually are continually updating the document all the way up through, typically the first meeting in June. And so this information is as up to date as we possibly can get it. And then we adopt a recommendation. Actually, we did so in May. So that was when, once our committee locks the recommendation, is when we stop making changes to the document so that Rich and Siobhan and team can sleep. And then that's when it's presented to all of you. So we do take into account some of the new construction and announcements. However, our ability to respond appropriately, right? We don't want to be throwing out very significant capital dollars. You saw how much it costs to build a school. We don't want to be doing that. We want to make sure we're doing so in the appropriate timelines, and that if it fits in the 6 to 10 or the 1 to 5. So I would say it's a balancing act throughout the year, but typically between January and May is when we're actively working the plan. And then I know Siobhan and Rich are consistently looking at new development and receiving updates from ongoing developments as well.
Director Meek.
Yes, thank you for all the work. I'm guessing you don't have a paper copy with you by any chance, in case people have never seen it, but it is an incredibly thick document with so much information. I applaud the committee for making it more. Is there one back there? There you go. Thank you. Shelley, stand up and be a model. So I applaud the effort to make it more accessible, right, to stakeholders by an interactive dashboard like you talked about. I missed hearing if there was a timeline, and I do know LRPC is made up of volunteers, and you all won't be creating that dashboard. So I'm just curious, is there a timeline as to when that will be available? Is there a budget, dedicated to making that come to fruition?
Gotcha. I do not want to commit to a timeline on behalf of staff at this point, but it is something that is top of mind as we move into next year. So we can definitely take that as one of our items to go ahead and provide a timeline and budget for that.
Okay, I just know it's a huge project.
Yes.
I would say with our school consolidation process that we went through, the interactive dashboard really helped, I think, the community understand scenarios and reasons. And so I think it is just an incredibly important tool. And I know that LRPC won't be creating it, but anything that we can do to help support that, if it's allocating budget dollars sooner, I think it is a high priority that I would like to see us, promote. And then the second area, so much of this document is meant to help explain to the public and the community what the needs are. And that kind of leads into when should we as a board think about another mill and bond exploratory committee? A group of individuals that is thinking forward. It doesn't have to mean it's something we would want to do immediately, but having a citizen-led group maybe utilizing this content and having conversations. And maybe the superintendent has additional, thoughts on this, whether there are plans for, long-term bond planning, what that might look like in 2 years or 3 years or different scenarios.
Superintendent Kane.
Sure, thank you for the question. As you know, we are still in the process of finalizing our strategic plan, and we are hopeful that part of our strategic plan will be some kind of structure on how we make sure that our needs are funded moving forward, whether it's in the strategic plan or for thriving schools to make sure our school environments are safe and adequate spaces for our kids.
Anyone else?
And again, Mr. Cosgrove, I can't see you. I think you're over there. Thank you.
At this time, I would move to adopt the 2025-2026 Master Capital Plan as presented as a publication of the board.
Second. Okay, motion by Geiger and second by Moore. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Yes.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Thank you to the LRPC and all of our staff on this. Yes.
Ditto, thank you. I'm a yes. Williams, yes. Weininger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. Thanks for all
Thank
your
you.
work. All right, with that, we are going to move to our recess. It is, we will come back at 7:07. And then we'll convene, yeah. All right, the meeting of the board is back in session. We are moving on to the new item 23. The Board of Education has issues to discuss in executive session, a closed session for purposes of holding conference with district's attorney to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B regarding legal obligations and legal ramifications related to approving Renaissance charter application with conditions and/or related to denying Renaissance charter application with conditions. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Meek, second by Geiger. Is there any discussion? All right, roll call Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Yes.
Myers. Aye. Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great. The following individuals will be joining the board in its executive session to receive legal advice on specific legal questions regarding the legal obligations and legal ramifications related to approving Renaissance charter application with conditions and/or related to denying Renaissance charter application with conditions. Superintendent Aaron Kane, Assistant Superintendent Danny Windsor, Executive Director of Choice Programming Gordon Mosier, and General Counsel Mary Klemesh. We will reconvene in closed session and be back out here when we're done.
To speak on the application from Renaissance New Charter School Pre-K 5. This is a continuation of the presentation. I won't go back through the entire process there. I will start in with, again, the recommendation from the previous board meeting. The staff recommendation was to deny the application for the Pre-K 12 charter school application, specifically the Pre-K 5 portion. I do want to again reiterate what we talked about in the last presentation, was that the expansion of the gym on the current location, the expansion of any building improvements on that location are not a part of the application. That would go to the board. Those portions of the application, those are the rights of the school under our policy, and they have the ability to do that without the approval or the resolution by the board. So specifically, this is for the Pre-K 5 portion of Renaissance. That is a new charter application for a new location that is not on the existing grounds of the existing contract. So I just want to be clear on that distinction. The reasons of that are, again, the letters of intent. They were submitted with the application but are insufficient to support an economically sound charter school. The location has been discussed as a geographic region but not a school site location yet. And again, the assumption of the wait list of the district-operated magnet school is an assumption that those enrollments would transfer over, the wait list would transfer over to a charter school, and we are saying that is not warranted as a staff. And again, the application would be very welcome in the future when demonstration of demand has been established in alignment with our policies. So at the last board meeting on May 27th, the board directed an alternate resolution to be created. Staff recommendation is still, after that discussion and after that formulation, to deny the application for Renaissance Pre-K 12 Charter School Pre-K 5 portion. Again, we did create an alternate resolution. It has been prepared as an approval with conditions. Again, an approval with conditions is an approval. Those conditions are terms that would be entered into the contract, but it is an approval by the board if an approval by conditions is made. Milestones or conditions, we use those kind of interchangeably. Milestones were created with the intent to help the charter applicant be successful. Through staff's recommendation, those are the things that we saw would be areas that needed to be included. So those milestones for the alternate resolution, as you see here, one thing that is a note is that the contract would need to be amended with the current Renaissance Secondary School. This would be amended contract with the school must be negotiated and executed no later than 90 days after the effective date of this resolution if the board chooses to approve with conditions. The applicant must then identify a viable school site no later than September 15th, 2025. That was identified and discussed as fall in the application by Renaissance in staff's recommendation. That is necessary to meet the construction deadlines and the opening date proposed in the application. The applicant will then submit to the district letters of intent evidencing at least 150% of the projected enrollment numbers at each grade level on or before January 1st of 2026. This is a very acceptable attrition rate, and this is in alignment with the past resolutions that have been put in place by this board and by the district. This is a nationally and CDE recognized norm saying that there will be attrition from letters of intent to actual enrollments, and we've seen that in our historical data as well. The applicant will submit to the district on or before January 15, 2026, a location lease or purchase agreement for a charter school facility that would serve students pre-K 5. That would be one of the provisions. In order to meet the opening dates identified by the applicant, staff recommends that construction of that new school site will begin no later than February 1 of 2026 in order to meet those deadlines that have to be in place for the school opening. The applicant will need to submit a revised 5-year balanced budget by June 30th, 2026. That would be sufficient time to identify the evidence that they are collecting, the enrollments or the intents at that point to demonstrate that demand, and the budget would then be needed to reflect that there's no negative financial impact on the existing school as we move forward. The applicant will be required to use the district's enrollment tool to demonstrate enrollment alignment with year 1 projections by December 15th, 2026. This has been a requirement of applications that we have had in the district for years. The district's enrollment tool allows us to see the movement and verify. We can verify those enrollments. We can also see the movement between schools. It's essential for our budget, for our planning, for our different departments to be able to see that. The tool is robust, and staff would make a commitment to work with the school to ensure that there was a sufficient understanding and competence with that tool if the board votes to make that recommendation. I'll open it for discussion.
Director Thompson.
Thank you. Do you mind to clarify the proposed opening date for the school?
The date opening would be fall of 2027.
And then could you just briefly go over the timeline in the CART process? When applications are due, the review, just
Sure.
a brief overview quickly.
Sure. You think I should know these. The application window was open February 1st. The applications were due by April 1st of 2025. As soon as we received those applications, CART was assembled. Based on that, the charter application review team, inclusive of DAC and also members of board committees, reviewed the application for roughly a 2.5 to 3 week period. Capacity interviews were held in this boardroom by all members of CART on that. At the end of that, there was a conclusory discussion with everyone on the entire CART process at that point. And then we moved to the staff recommendation portion, where then the portion of CART, not inclusive of board committee members, had another meeting using that same information and also the information from when I met with the DAC to receive their feedback, to create a staff recommendation that was brought to Cabinet, and then Cabinet ultimately, with staff, makes a final recommendation that we presented to you.
So if they were to go through the charter application process again next year, how would that change or affect the timeline for opening a school? Based off of the timeline they presented for this application?
It'd be my understanding that there would at least be a year of delay of the opening date, but that would be up to the applicant for them to say we intend to open at whatever date that would be.
Thank you. And then if you could clarify on the what letters of interest are, what does that mean?
So by law in the state of Colorado, an authorizer cannot verify the letters of intent until there's a contract that's in place between the board and the school. So an interest letter would be anything that a school would be able to submit in terms of, we have an opportunity, we'd be looking to open up a school. Would you have an interest if there was a school of this design and at these grade levels? Would you have an interest to be a student here? It could be that. It could be more substantial. It could be, but we don't know and we can't verify those until there's a contract in place. But letters of interest from our recommendation and from our experience should be greatly above the enrollment of the school, because of the natural attrition that we know happens along that continuum. We're talking about a school that's opening 1.5 years, 2 years out. Some of those families move, some of those families make a different decision, they make different things happen in life, and there's a lot of reasons why that natural attrition occurs.
All right, do you mind stating the original opening of Renaissance, what their letters of intent look like, and then their opening enrollment?
For Renaissance Secondary? Mm-hmm. The original application for Renaissance Secondary indicated 753 letters of intent, and their actual enrollment was 355.
Okay, so about half. In the application process, is it described how they obtain those letters of intent?
There was some discussion of that, but it was more of, general marketing and communication to communities. There was a number of community support letters that were established as well, but in terms of the actual letters of intent, I believe it was through some sort of a collection form that they used.
Okay, so I brought it up briefly during our last meeting, I'm not sure if I was super clear. So I know one of the modes used was utilizing district resources to reach out to families. And I know this because I received an email. And while I understand how resources are shared with our charter schools, I do have personal concerns about the ethical use of that resource. I find it very invasive that someone could, a charter that I have not engaged with, any school that I have not engaged with, can ask for my children's names, the grade that they're in, their address, and my contact information, and the school that my kids go to. That's an extremely invasive thing to learn. And I think that there's something to be said about an ethical approach to obtaining letters of intent. So I want to make sure that I was more clear about explaining that concern that I had brought up at the last meeting. And I'm going to take a break and let others ask questions.
Director Geiger.
I'm going to try not to go completely lawyer on you here, Mr. Mosier. Is it true that letters of intent or interest have always been one of the standards for approval of charter schools in Douglas County?
Absolutely.
Is it true that that's written into our policy?
Yes.
Is that made clear to every applicant for every charter school that comes before this into the CART process?
That'd be correct.
Are you aware that even in other cycles, have charter school applications been denied for failure to provide sufficient letters of interest, among other issues?
Yes.
Has this been a consistent position of Douglas County that we need substantial letters of interest in order to approve a charter school?
I would say yes.
And is that a necessary condition for the district staff to evaluate the potential financial health of a new charter school?
Without the substantial interest, we do not have an ability to evaluate the financial stability of the school.
Thank you.
Director Weiniger.
I just want to say I appreciate staff putting together this alternate resolution at the board's request. I noticed that the provisions listed in the resolution came from the CART recommendation. There was just one difference on there, and I was wondering if you could just tell me the reason why. I'm not saying it shouldn't have changed, but just why it may have changed. And it was number 3, where they need to submit the 150% enrollment numbers by January 1st. On the CART recommendations, it said April 1st. How come on our resolution you put January 1st?
Great. My understanding, my remembering of that was, again, the CART team recommendation brings those to staff, and then in larger conversations with people who have a better understanding of what those enrollment projections and lead times are necessary, the discussion was that it needed to be a little bit earlier in order to be consistent with, again, what we've done in the past, and also with what we feel is the best interest of the school.
Okay, thank you. So it's just consistent with our approvals with conditions before?
Correct.
Thank you.
Director Moore.
Thank you. Mr. Mosier, thank you for the time. Going back and looking at the original application, and I'm going to just set some context with what I'm reading, and then I'll ask you the question I wanted to ask you, but Renaissance Secondary, the current 6 through 12 grade school that the charter opened in 2017, originally planned to have 696 students, so roughly 700, by the time year 5 hit. And so we're in year roughly 8, give or take. They talked about at the time that they opened the school, they intended to be there a few years and eventually move to a larger site so that they could accommodate the growth of the school to get up to that 696. And the application talks about the fact that currently they have 440 enrolled in the 6 through 12. Sorry, I might have said, anyway, I said 6 through 12, which is, just doing the quick math, about 34% under-enrolled over what they projected at the 5-year mark, and we're at the 8-year mark. So that just tells me a little bit about that they may have a size problem at this campus. So with that logic in mind, are they able to, is there a different process that they could go through to move to a different campus without having to go through this process, this application process?
I'd like to defer that to general counsel.
Without providing legal advice, I believe the charter contract itself spells out the procedures for a charter school to follow in the event that they want to move their location to another school site. And so I would just say that the charter school contract would provide for that kind of a request from a charter school, from any charter school, I believe, that is authorized by this district.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about a couple things. So I think last time you talked about NACSA and their recommendations. I think you said 15-1. I think that's what was said-ish. We received a very large letter, actually, from Dr. Stewart that talks about NACSA actually urging authorizers to modernize how they evaluate new school proposals and going beyond the intent to enroll numbers alone. Can you explain what maybe that means to us as a district and if we've put any thought into doing something differently than we have?
Absolutely. And I appreciate the question. Yeah. So, and I have been to a number of NACSA conferences and presented at them and a member of those committees and whatnot. What that's talking about is being holistic as an authorizer and looking at more than just that one set of numbers. And I believe that this staff and has done a great job of looking at what are the projections of the demographers that we hire. What does our planning department say? What does our MCP say? What is all of the pictures of all of the different enrollment rates at all the different schools? The wait list at REMS. Those students don't just not go to school. They go to another school if they don't get into Renaissance Elementary Magnet. So we know there's capacity. So a lot of those things, it's looking at those situations. It's looking at more than just the numbers on a paper. And I would say that we do take that advice from NACSA, and I believe that we do a good job with that.
Yeah, and I'd just like to clarify that while NACSA may have come up with that 15-1, at no point ever has this district applied anything remotely close to 15-1. That's never, ever been our standard. And it's a crazy standard.
The second question that I have is the district enrollment tool. It's my understanding that one of the difficulties for charter schools using that tool is that the district owns it, and so the charter school doesn't actually have access to the information in that, so they have to come to you to get what's on their enrollment, and it's kind of like a back and forth and seems like a middleman that may not be necessary.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
The tool, if the staff understands how to use the tool at the charter school, they can see everything. And about 80% of our charter schools now currently use our open enrollment tool and give us rave reviews every year.
Okay.
So it can be done in a very effective way.
Thank you. Director Myers.
Thank you. Great presentation, review. I think I want to say that I know that there is no doubt about the success of Renaissance School, and that due to the testimonies we've had, public comment, emails coming in, also that we know that Dr. Stewart is a very successful school leader. And then actually President Williams asked my question about NASCA. And one other question I have is, in your experience with our CART process, have you changed over any years, or do you know of any changes that CART has had to make, within to do a new approval of schools? Have we ever made any, or has it been pretty consistent?
I don't know that in my experience. I can say that, you want to jump? I can say that, I'd like to clarify the recommendation, CART was okay with the CART team saying either a denial or an approval with these specific conditions at the staff's discretion. So the recommendation to cabinet was, and staff, was either of these two, not just one. So it was use your experience and use your expertise to make the decision, because we feel very on this.
Thank you for that. And I would add that the CART team does not receive legal advice from our attorney and doesn't have any way to know any kind of legal landscape. I would like to have Assistant Superintendent Windsor talk about the consistency of the process over the years as internal to district staff. He's probably the one that has seen the most, and then I'm happy to comment as well, as I've seen it from the inside and outside.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. I think it's a fantastic question. About 8 years ago, being in Director Mosier's role, I had a firsthand opportunity to see what our CART process looked like, and seeing really the evolution of that process, and actually put it to practice in front of the State Board of Education, as a matter of fact, through this process as well too. One of the things we wanted to highlight is we absolutely are in compliance with the Charter School Act in relationship what it asks for the review of applications. We actually took that standard to the State Board of Education on 2 different occasions and actually received feedback from the State Board on actually how thorough our process was. And so not just internally thinking it's what it is, but received direct feedback from board members at the state level around our charter process, trying to be as thorough and consistent, understanding that CART process is trying to be a partner with our prospective charter schools. I think a big component, and I can speak to Dr. Stewart as well. She's been a great partner, and I appreciate that. But we do want to just highlight that from a charter application review piece. We obviously try to include our board committees as we work through that, as well as representation from as many departments as we can that have support, direct support to schools in our district.
Did you have more, Director Thompson?
Yeah. So, I appreciate the point you just made, Director Myers. So I agree that we've seen a lot of community support of current staff, students, and family members and alumni of this charter school. And the stories are compelling and beautiful, and that's exactly how I think most parents think that they want their school to operate. And so I do want to speak to that, because I know that I think I'm being perceived in a certain way because of my intent and interest to be fair, operate with integrity, and make sure that we are making fiscally responsible decisions for our district. But with that being said, I do appreciate who have spoken up and come forward and shared their stories, and how brave some of those students have been to share their stories. It's not easy, I think, to come and speak in public comment. And so it was not lost, even though I know I'm coming across highlighting my concerns. So I just want to make sure that I've gotten that piece out. So could we talk a little bit more about, and I know we talked about it the last meeting, but just go through it again, why the wait list at the current elementary school doesn't transfer in the consideration of the demand for this application.
I would say, again, that's evidenced in the fact that those students end up going to another school and still then have the opportunity to enroll through our choice operations to any other school or back into Renaissance Elementary Magnet. But we have capacity. We have capacity in other schools, and the hope is that, I think I can say as well, when you look at the strategic plan, there may be things we look at in terms of the district where there may be more opportunities in certain times.
I know that I have additional questions about what that enrollment looks like versus what students live close and where they choice enroll into other places. I know that's not information that we have, but I definitely think that would be helpful in this regard. And then the other thing I wanted to point out, so I appreciate what you said about, I'm going to say the acronym wrong, the NACS. Yeah. Is that it? Did I get it right? I appreciate that, because when we got that email shortly before the meeting, I went ahead and just referenced what was being referred to. And I appreciate the way that you spoke about the holistic approach and that it's not about just numbers on paper, because that is exactly I didn't have a lot of time to research those claims, but that was the first things that I picked up on. So I feel like that was a really fair representation of the expectations of the organization, so I appreciate that as well. And again, I'm just going to emphasize as we're going through this and navigating this conversation that we are being fair, that we are being thoughtful about district resources, and that the idea of charter schools is parent choice, and that we are ensuring that we are including parent and community voice in decisions when it comes to what school opens within their community. And I feel that that is not being represented in a fair way through the process that we have right now. Director Geiger.
I do feel there's one thing I have to note. I did visit Renaissance this morning, or yesterday morning, had an interesting and very educational conversation with Dr. Stewart. I think Dr. Stewart has raised in her emails some interesting conversations about how the CART process works, and if we wanted to look at that. That said, Mr. Mosier, do you believe that your recommendation to deny approval of Renaissance under this application at this time is consistent with district policy over the time that you have been in your position?
I would say the staff recommendation, not just me, but the
I
staff
apologize, I meant you
recommendation.
speaking as staff.
Yes, I would say that is completely consistent and in alignment with our policies and practice.
Okay, and could I ask the same of Assistant Superintendent Windsor?
Yes, that's been consistent to our practice in my 8 years with familiarity with this role.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just have a few comments. Again, just speaking as one director, but number one, I do think that the wait list should hold some bearing. I'm not saying 100% of the people that are on that wait list, because perhaps they might live in the neighborhood and they choose then to go to their neighborhood school. But I do think that a good portion of that wait list would translate just because they want expeditionary learning, and that's not something you can get at every elementary school in this district. I would also say that something that I am considering, just trying to be responsible looking forward, is that LRPC shows that we will probably need a school in South Castle Rock in 2030. And while we can certainly do an RFP at that time, I think that we've struggled, and I think it's apparent we've struggled 3 years to pass a bond. And so I am concerned about relying on a bond to build our next school. So that is weight that I'm putting into there. Can you tell me how often staff and CART recommendations are different? And I know that it's in our policy that we get it from staff, but just speaking as one person, this would have been helpful for me to have just in advance. So just trying to understand how often this happens.
Thank you for that question. I'm not sure I can answer how often it happens, but I just want to re-emphasize that CART's recommendations were conditional approval or deny. So staff did not go against CART's recommendations. Staff picked from a menu of 2 recommendations that the CART team made. And again, the difference being that staff was able to receive legal advice.
Thank you for that. Then maybe the email had it wrong, because it says the recommendation that was brought to staff was approve with conditions as reflected below, or deny if the school would not agree to the milestones. So it says approve with conditions or deny it if they wouldn't go along with it. That's what the email says. So I took that as so. Anyway, that's Director Meek.
So I'm glad you brought up the enrollments. Yeah. So for me, I've been trying to figure out, like, what's credible evidence that interest in the district magnet school would predict enrollment in the new charter school, given the similar programming? And I guess I just heard Director Thompson say that she, as a parent, received a marketing email. Can I assume that the parents at the magnet school received that same marketing email? I'm just curious.
If I may, I was told by Dr. Stewart that they did not.
I don't know. The number of schools who do outreach across the community, either that's district operated or charters, is high. We have that. Schools do that. They market their IB programming. They market their expeditionary learning, not just at our magnet schools or our charter schools, but some of our neighborhood elementary schools have those. Other schools market in their communities as well in that same consistent way. But I do not know. There were some choras that took place and were requested. I don't know the substance of those.
And the charter would have the opportunity to figure out ways to market to that group of parents, I would assume.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, as is consistent with our process, we always share our resources with our charter schools. So when they request, as Director Thompson said, when they request information, mailing lists, so they requested mailing lists for all students in our district from PK to third grade in every school. So that would, but we have no idea what schools they chose to actually send from that mailing list or what subset.
So the magnet school would have been on the list provided to them? Yes. Okay.
I can simply say that the conversation I had with Dr. Stewart yesterday was that they made a conscious choice not to market to that waiting list.
Is there a reason?
Well, Dr. Stewart's here if we want to ask her a
I'm sorry.
question.
It feels very awkward at this point.
Is there a way to know who was on that waiting list? Be able to say, oh, we know these names were on that waiting list, therefore we didn't market to them? Because all those students ended up in variable schools. So if we're marketing to schools within, let's just say we didn't market to the entire county. We definitely marketed all the way up to the Parker area. But, right, how would they be able to pull that information out?
So the students that are on the waiting list for REMS presumably are enrolled in another school somewhere. So may have received marketing materials or may not. We have no way of saying for sure.
But is there a way for them to differentiate?
We don't release names of students on lists.
Thank you.
On wait lists.
Any other questions for Mr. Mosier? All right. With that, I will take a motion for either of the two resolutions. The first one being the denial that was given by the district, or you could also motion in regards to the approval with conditions.
All right, I move to pass the resolution, which is the recommendation by staff to deny the application.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Thompson and a second by Meek on the resolution of the Board of Education regarding the denial of Renaissance Charter School application. Geiger.
Discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry, discussion, yes.
So for me, really this decision comes down to not questioning the quality of the Renaissance model. It's clear, it's exceptional, and we've heard that, and it's widely recognized as very successful. To me, the issue at hand is whether there's sufficient demonstrated demand to ensure that the school is financially viable. And even the best school model cannot succeed without the numbers that are needed to make it sustainable. And so that's what we're voting, like, in my mind, that's what's guiding my decision-making, not the quality of the programming. Our district staff, you know, they're the experts in evaluating these applications, and they've concluded that the proposal does not meet the threshold for approval. And I certainly do not claim to be an expert in enrollment projections or charter startup viability, but I do take my responsibility very seriously on providing the oversight and ensuring that our staff are applying a fair and consistent and objective process. And so that's what I'm looking for in this. And, you know, at this point, I'm just not comfortable supporting a decision that could expose the district to legal and financial risk or set new potentially problematic precedent by lowering the bar for the number of sufficient community interest. And so it has nothing to do with the quality of the programming. We've heard loud and clear, it's an amazing program. It's about the recommendation and the numbers for it to be viable.
Director Geiger.
This is one of the harder questions I've debated, in part because not just what I've heard at the dais about the strength of Renaissance, but because I knew a child, the child of a close friend, for whom an expeditionary learning program was the difference in his entire life. I believe very strongly in this educational model for certain children. And I've appreciated very much and been tremendously impressed, particularly by the students who've come forward. The Renaissance model has value, and I hope it can, and I trust that it will continue to have value here. But the thing is this, we get applications every year. We had 3 this year, 2 of which we denied, not out of hand, but last week, in large part because they did not meet the standards we set by our policies or the standards that we've applied across the board. If you want to have a discussion at another time about whether those policies need to be amended, we can do that. But this is too late. We cannot tell the other 2 charter schools that came to us now that those standards apply to them, but they don't apply to Renaissance. That is a difficult thing for me to say. In the end, I have to be consistent both in those decisions I made and in the fact that I've never opened a charter school. I've never run a charter school. I sit on this dais and rely on the expertise of people who come before me. I, at this time, simply cannot see sufficient justification to reject that expertise in this particular case.
Yeah, so what I would say is that I do believe that the letters of interest, is that what we're, interest? Okay, is going up. I mean, it's clear that since they applied and where they are now, it is going up. And if we did a conditional approval, it would be by January, and I believe that they could hit that 150% mark. I do think that Dr. Stewart has been a good charter partner, and I think she would continue to do that, and I think that she would be willing to meet what is set in the other, in the other resolution. And I also really struggle comparing Renaissance with either Apex or Milestone because they are already an established charter school. And I think that we have a good relationship and there is already trust. So I do think it is very different than what we've experienced in the past with other charter schools. So that's what I will be basing my, my vote on. Director Thompson.
Yeah, I actually have a clarification question. So you stated the increasing interest. Do you mind just explaining?
Yeah, I think that it started with 239 and it's up to 281, I think, right now. So it has increased since the application was submitted.
So, question, during the application, the CART application process, can they update their application on letters of interest during that process? So, or is it the date that they submit the application?
It's actually at the capacity interview. It's no more information is given beyond that point.
Okay, and when does the capacity interview happen?
I'd have to look up the date. You want me to look at it?
Or the month?
Oh, it's in April.
Okay, so at the end of the, okay. So I don't feel like it's appropriate then to consider numbers past that, because that is not the same opportunity we afforded to the other charter schools in our decision-making process. While you're looking
I would
it
just
up-
say that they presented that last week in emails sent to us, and so we would have looked at that, or I would have personally looked at that had we have received something from the other two charters with with different numbers than what they had. So that's not new this week. It's new from the May 27th meeting.
It was April 22nd.
Okay, thank you. So I wouldn't. There's a CART process, and there's procedure and policy on what we include and consider for an application, and so I feel like that falls outside the realm. So just kind of build on the point that Director Geiger brought up about standards and following our policy. I just wanted to build on that point that standards are a product of successful openings, successful results for our charters. And so I just want to make sure that that point is really clear. They're not arbitrary. I feel that it's our responsibility to be accountable to the community. I think it's our responsibility to be fiscally responsible, and that in this instance, under these conditions, that the risk is too high. And I also feel very strongly that we are being fair and consistent across our decision-making, especially when it comes to charters, because this is about choice. And charters have the opportunity to open within our district if they demonstrate that there's community demand. And this is just really against the spirit of the entire point of having choice. It contradicts the whole concept, in my opinion. And so with all of those things said, again, I agree, the model is great. I also think STEM's model is great. I also have a lot of positive things to say about Lehman, but because those schools have great models is not the reason to make a decision on whether or not to approve. We need to make decisions based off of the data and the evidence that we've been provided to make responsible decisions for our community. And I will leave it at that.
Any other discussion? Director Moore?
Couple thoughts. First, I actually think the Renaissance School is an amazing school. I think they have outstanding leadership and staff and the students and the board that they have has done an amazing job turning out really good graduates, and we've heard some of those stories. And so I think it's an amazing school. And my concerns have nothing to do with the quality of the school or the leadership. It may have more to do with just the timing. But I have a couple points. And we've talked a little bit about the demonstrated, and we've called it letters of intent or letters of interest. It's really evidence of demand. And it's the only way that we can evaluate whether or not the school is likely to be financially successful. And that's our responsibility to make sure that what we approve is likely to be financially successful. So I look at it from that lens, coming from government finance of it's all about the money at the end of the day. Everything's about money at the end of the day, sadly. But in their case, when they submitted the application, the standard would have been to submit close to 750 pieces of evidence of interest. They submitted 239 at the time of the application. Or maybe that was the number in April at the time of whatever you called it, Mr. Mosier, when you guys had your discussions. It's just really low. And, I don't want to tie this to STEM or Lehman, but those two came in with none. And I have to wonder a little bit about what's with the potential trend of not even trying to get close to our standard. Is it, hey, we don't agree with it, so let's just ignore it altogether and see if we can get it to happen? I mean, I don't know if that's the case. I don't really think that's the case here. But the bottom line is the evidence of demand is far under what we could hang our hat on, or I could be convinced that they can do the financial viability piece. And I feel like there is a challenge to us that when we approve a charter, we want it to be successful. And let's just be honest, Douglas County has probably more charter schools than almost any other school district in the state. We approve them a lot. We have over the years a lot, and we have a high success rate of charter schools. I'm very proud of that because I'm a big, school choice, personal choice kind of guy. But we have to make sure that it can be successful. And there is a risk that if we have one that's kind of on that edge and it turns out not to be successful, there could be liability back on us for any debt they take on that could be based on our approval, and that concerns me. I don't think it would affect the group sitting here today, but it could end up affecting a future board down the road, and that concerns me. Again, I want them to expand. I do. And I want them to be super successful. I know that they're out of space. It was clear to me from the application that they're out of space, and nobody wants to live in a tight quarters, and so I completely get the concept of expanding, moving unilaterally together to do everything at one time. Completely makes perfect sense to me. But it's the financial side of it that concerns me, that they may not be able to pull that off. Their application said when they opened in 2017 at their current location, they intended to be there just a couple of years before moving, and that never happened. So that tells me a little bit about, not that there's not a demand for the model, just that there's a lot of competition for the students. And so the desire to be able to grow like they want to, or what have you, might be slower. At least historically, it seems like it had been slower. And I don't know if that'll pick up. I mean, clearly Castle Rock's growing. But again, the master capital plan doesn't show the need for a new school until 2030. But again, Renaissance didn't really target exactly where in Douglas County where in Castle Rock they wanted to go. So there's no guarantee that where they wanted to go would even be in the area where a new school would be needed, because that hasn't been identified. That's a separate side note for me, and again, I really want to have a good reason to approve this. I just struggle with the financial piece, and the low numbers tell me that the money might be a problem, and that I worry about that, so that's me.
Director Myers?
So I'm the board member, I guess I could easily make a heart decision or a head decision. And so this is a difficult decision. And so I have to ask myself, do I risk not being consistent with the other charter schools that we denied, even though I know I voted for Lehman? It seems that Renaissance appears to be open to conditions, but can I make that decision knowing and know if the conditions aren't met, will Renaissance be positive in accepting that decision and agreeable? And we want our charter schools not only to be successful, but very successful. We want them to open with not any question or doubt that should they have opened. And timing, maybe another timing, a better time, so I will base my decision on those.
All right. Did you have something else, Director Thompson?
Yeah, I just want to point out that we have heard from our two other applicants requesting additional considerations. And again, out of fairness, I just want to point that out, that we have heard from them. Additionally, we've heard clarification from STEM about demand being at 100. And so, and requests for approval with conditions. So this is messy. It's a slippery slope. And, you know, I've restated my point like 10 times, but I feel like it's important to mention that it's not that the last applicants just disappeared after the denial. We're still hearing from them.
All right, I'm gonna roll call Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
So again, I'm not comfortable supporting a decision that could expose the district to legal and financial risk or set a new potentially problematic precedent by lowering the bar for what constitutes sufficient community interest. So aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Like I said, this was a difficult decision. I need to do what's in the best interest of the district and hope that there might be better timing, so I'm an aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, no. Weiniger.
I just want to say that I know there's a lot of uncertainty in the application that was submitted and a lot of legal risk involved. But I can't in good conscience deny this application when I feel like Renaissance has made an effort to show demand, maybe not to our level, but an approval with conditions I feel like will demonstrate that. And as well as they also identified a physical or a geographic location, which I thought was made it more understanding to do approval with conditions. But for this vote, I am a no.
All right, passes 5-2. All right, moving into item number 25, Superintendent Monitoring Report on Executive Limitation 2, Treatment of Students, Parents, Guardians, and Community Members for a 10-minute discussion.
Well, thank you. We are here with the monitoring report for Executive Limitation 2. And as has been our tradition, we're happy to answer any questions the Board of Education might have. I do want to point out that this monitoring report, typically our monitoring reports, we report being in compliance. This one we said partial compliance because on the, if you can scroll down to EL, which one is it at 2? Sorry. Glasses. Where the colorful pictures are, please. There, yes. A little bit, yep, a little bit more. No, other way, sorry. Yes, thank you. Where this one, because we don't yet have data that aligns perfectly with what was collected in 2023, as far as the Healthy Kids Colorado survey went. The last data point for that survey was lower than we would like, as has been discussed in this boardroom. However, we feel really good about the recent responses to survey about whether or not families know, whether or not families, students, and staff know how to respond when somebody tries to bully them. You can see the dark red and the orange are the somewhat disagree and strongly disagree, and those areas are very small, so very few, about 10% or less of our students, staff, and families feel like they know how to respond when someone tries to bully them. So we're encouraged by that. The 17% in the middle there is represents those who neither agree nor disagree. So it's hard to say what those, what that response would represent. But am I explaining this well? Thank you. So you can see those, so we added the color pictures because we just dove into the survey data starting today, actually.
Director Meek.
So I'm really happy to see that we're going to use the survey data. And that was going to be something I was going to talk about tonight. And it feels like this report needs to wait until we have the survey data, right? And it looks like, so today's a work day and I haven't had a chance to see even this version that I think we received today. So I feel like it's extremely preliminary to even provide feedback on it where, well, I mean, maybe we can provide general feedback, but I think we're gonna need like a first presentation of this report just in August, right? So we have an opportunity to really look into it. And I know we're gonna be looking at our timing and schedules, and it feels like, you know, waiting for this data and using like the most current time is probably gonna be that August timeframe to kind of look at this survey, because the data will be as current as possible.
That would be fine with us, yeah.
Yeah, so I was gonna recommend that as one thing for us to consider.
I would agree, just because the new data, the surveys and stuff, it's just a lot of information. And, but I think the report in itself looks great, and I'm thankful that you added the new stuff in. Because it came in today, it's just a lot. So I think it would be nice to have a second presentation maybe in August.
I would move to table this report until the August meeting.
Well, we're not doing anything with it tonight.
Well, it's not
anyway.
an action item.
Yeah.
I just want to firmly agree. I think there's progress made in here. I want to evaluate whether it's enough. I think the student experience survey, I am fascinated to know how that came. And I don't want a 12-hour evaluation. I know that everybody here thinks a little bit more deeply about these things than looks at what first comes in. There is room for progress here, and I'd like to compare that to some of the prior stuff. And I thank you for that. I got a chance to spend about 4 minutes with the new data today, so I agree that I would like to say more. I do think, reading through the entire report, the old report, there's progress made, and I think there are important discussions to be had about how our new reporting system works, if that's substantially accessible to our youngest students, because I've looked through it, and I think it's well tailored for high school students. I think we need to talk about whether or not it's different for elementary students. And I look forward to a more in-depth conversation about that. That said, I appreciate the detail that was given in this. And the mere existence of a survey is better. The existence of a good survey is important. And I think we're getting data out of that I think will help us in the future.
Director Meek, Director Thompson.
I was just gonna say, I think it might be helpful to give some feedback as opposed to just tabling it, if anyone has feedback.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'll just list a couple of things. And I haven't looked at today's version. Okay. So under the first item, number 1, permits students to be without all reasonable protections against hazards conditions that might threaten safe, healthy, respectful, secure learning environments. I think we need to have some metrics that hit each of those, right? As opposed to just one. And maybe, you know, I would assume there probably are some survey questions that will help get at some of these elements. So I'll stop there for now.
Director Thompson.
Yeah, so it's kind of similar to feedback that I've given in the previous monitoring reports. I do feel like this underrepresents the work that happens, and that there's a lot of, it's always the same feedback. Like, there's a lot of really great things, and I don't think that they show up in the monitoring reports data-wise. So to build on, like, you know, going through each of the items for like hazard and conditions, there's even mention of like evidence, incident reports being one of them, and I'm like, well, what does the incident reports look like? And what does that look like over time? Because that would definitely demonstrate, you know, I mean, I would assume incidents happen, right? That's nature, but to show that either they're maintained or they improve over time is what I would want to see. In the first section, the second one, there was a comment about feedback from participants. I believe that was a training one, but I don't see what the feedback from participants looks like. For the third one, in the first section, so 1.3, that one's on the inequitable access to educational curriculum, programs, and support services. And this kind of builds on to the point that Director Geiger brought up, where it represents high school students, but that is a very big topic, curriculum, programs, and support services. We do much more than pathway programs, so just having that data on that. I also have questions about what is the threshold for the proportion that we're applying? So is it, you know, like we're looking at the relative proportion or representation of our students across subgroups, right? And where it's, hey, is it similar to the proportion of those populations within the district?
Mhm.
But how do we determine what's your guys' threshold in determining that?
Okay.
Is it, you know, it has to be like a 0.9 or a 0.8 to stay on target, right? Assuming variability over time, things like that, but understanding what that threshold is to come to that conclusion would be helpful. You know, again, just, I don't want to be too redundant, just going through that the evidence that's mentioned, that we're seeing examples of that evidence. I think that there's high-level data points that we can see. I'm not asking for like every data point in the district, just the high-level ones, and building on what Director Meeks stated, that it's just hitting on all the points. 2.1, permit parents or guardians to be without access to information about their rights. So there's a lot of links that were provided for, with all the information about different types of services within the district. I wasn't brought directly to a place where I saw, or it was clear to me that that was like parent rights were being shared. And then also, just that we're showing examples of not only digital access, like our website is great. It's very informative. You can find anything on our website. It really is a beast. But what are the other avenues that we have for parents that might have limited digital access, or guardians who are less digitally savvy? And just that, what that looks like, right? How they can get it at their local school or whatever would help. I think it's 2.5. That one is neglect to provide and communicate clear, understandable, timely, and accessible expectations of students and families regarding educational and other programs and services offered by the district. And so one area there that I was curious about is how we're communicating with charter families. I know that we do. I know that, you know, especially when we have students coming from middle school into high school, to see all the different options that they have available to them, like through CTE, et cetera. But I think that that would be a great thing to be adding, because that's something that's awesome that happens within the district. The gifted and talented survey was helpful. It's definitely helpful to see the perceptions of those that are receiving the services. I don't know if we collect data about perceptions of families that haven't been identified. Do they know? Right, we get the screening done in elementary school, and I know for my kids, we got a flyer that came home or whatever. But I feel like there's some sort of measure to demonstrate that that is something that's accessible for everybody to have access to. I think there's a way that we can just demonstrate it. And then the operate facilities without equitable internal and external accessibility to students, their families, and community members. Of course, ADA compliance is fantastic. I do think that's a lower threshold than what that bullet or that limitation is asking for. And I know that we go above that threshold. So again, it's how can that just be represented? So it just shows the full scope of what actually happens. Okay. And how well you align with the limitations. Okay.
Thank you. All taken in the right way. Thank you very much.
I know that was a lot. I know it was a lot. I just wanted to demonstrate that I could think of a lot more examples that I felt were evidence. So, okay.
Thank you.
Director Geiger?
I do have one thing on one, right at the top. I think that conducting safety drills of various kinds are important. I would like to have, if not details, a description of our process for post-incident evaluation of whether the drills were effective. I know we had a significant issue at Ponderosa. I know, knowing everyone in the district, that they went through and had a lessons learned about that. I don't expect to know what specifically those lessons learned was, but if you could tell me what our formalized process for is once we have an incident and a drill and our procedures are activated, what we then do afterwards to go back and say, hey, do we need to make changes in these procedures? Because I think a drill's fine, but if we do a bunch of drills on an ineffective procedure, then we're not accomplishing it. And I know you learn from mistakes. So I think if we could describe in there, because we all make mistakes or we learn things, if we can describe in there what, I assume there are people who get together and talk about that. I assume Mr. Gruznik is part of that process. Again, I don't want details. I don't want to reveal what changes we've made. I want to make that clear. I understand why those are then, but just describing who does that then and how we then discuss whether or not our drills need to be changed.
Okay. So I'm not going to give any details because I don't know what is allowed to be shared or not. I just want to say that the process is really awesome, and that is a very good point because it is very thorough and thoughtful and impressive. So yeah, okay, that's it.
Again, things we're doing well, I'd like in the
I will just put Ask Director Thompson under that. No.
All right, anything else? Do you have questions for us?
No, it sounds like we will come back in August, probably combined with a presentation on the survey results in general, and then have this monitoring report be part of that discussion. Did I fairly capture the hope here?
Director Meek.
It does, and I just want to mention, we met with the student advisory group today, looking at planning for the next year, and I had mentioned that the student survey data should be available at the beginning of the year, and we talked about the students looking at the student survey data and kind of looking at it, adding their comments and everything. So I just wanted to highlight that they seemed interested in that. Do you agree, Director Myers? Okay.
The last thing I'd like to mention is that we are working on making that survey data available in a public-facing dashboard that families and students and staff could look at. So be watching for that maybe later this summer or at the beginning of the school year.
Great. Thank you. Okay. All right, we're moving on into the policy governance section of the agenda. Item number 26 is the review of the school 25-26 Board of Education proposed budget for the year 24-25, third quarter board budget. So I'm going to hand it to Director Thompson since this is.
So I just realized I took the notes out because I had them ready for the last meeting, but it's fine. Our proposed budget as the board for next year, and I think there's just a couple things just worth noting because we can see the last column is just the difference from the year before, and so in parentheses means it's lower, and if it's not in parentheses it means it's gone up. And I just wanted to point out technology equipment, so that's based off of our conversation. So we had savings this last year in election fees, and we talked about use of those funds, and that was for a system for, technology system for board docs or whatever. And so that is the change there. The other, election fees obviously are a little bit lower, and travel registration went up because of a process change with how we count miles, as well as the increased interest that we've had in the national conference. So, any other questions? So that falls under travel and registration and mileage reimbursement.
Director Weiniger.
Sorry, what was the technology equipment again?
So we had talked about updating board docs. And
Oh,
so,
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
so there's an RFP that was put out on that process. And so the reason that it's showing up for next year's budget is in case we weren't able to process that change within this school year. So it's just on there. It could change depending on.
Okay, that's what I thought you
I
said.
don't remember what the cutoff date is, if it would just end up falling on this year's budget, but we have it there in case we don't do it in time. But there's an RFP that's being reviewed right now.
Director Meek?
So I brought this up very briefly at the last meeting. There is the continued request from DAC to have live streaming. And I think according to Superintendent Kane's memo, the cost would be about $5,000 for 2 hours. So if we could allocate $20,000 for a pilot for DAC so that we could live stream 4 meetings in the fall, because we only have 4. We do 1 meeting virtually anyway, and then one of the meetings is the Legacy Campus forum that happens. So I think it would be $20,000 to allocate to do a pilot program. We can evaluate how effective it was in promoting engagement in December and discuss whether or not that's something that we would want to continue to do. And just to bring up again why DAC is different from the other board committees, DAC is tasked to engage with all school accountability committees, which is different than our other committees. And the DAC and members of SACs who come to the DAC regularly provide public comment asking for this technology. And to me, $20,000 out of our budget to really identify whether or not that technology helps to increase engagement could be a really effective use of our resources. And it's my understanding that the Jeffco DAC live streams its meetings. So it's not unusual to offer that.
Director Weiniger?
Are you asking us to change the budget? Because I think we already just voted on it a few minutes ago.
I am asking us to find $20,000 out of a $697,709. We have the resources, and unfortunately, the budget was approved before we had an opportunity to have this conversation. So and I think we were told at the last meeting that we could change the budget if we need to.
Yeah, I do think that we can. I just have a question, because I want to be cognizant of the DAC, because I think that it is important that we, since it is a parent engagement committee, that we can do those things. But I also want to be very fiscally responsible, so I'm trying to see if there are other areas that we could cut in order to make that happen. And so I have a question about our dues and fees, like where do those go? Like what companies or organizations?
I will state still that we allocated $100,000 out of this budget and from the savings we had from election fees. It was actually higher. So we actually had a lot more savings in our budget this year than we anticipated. So with that said, the other thing that before we have to go too in-depth in a conversation, I'm sorry if I'm about putting you on the spot, Mark, but do we know the range, or are you able to speak to the range of the RFPs, like the cost? So we budgeted 100, but what is the range for?
So the licensing cost would come in under that. What we don't have a budget for is the cost of conversion of content from our existing board solution to the new solution.
Okay, all right. So
that one we don't have an answer for because we didn't ask specifically in the RFP to evaluate that. We want to pick the vendor first and then go through the process.
Okay, thank you. All right. I was
So
hoping we'd had
just
info.
the question about dues and fees. Who do we pay dues and fees to?
Like what makes up that number?
Yeah, what makes up the number?
So I didn't bring my notes. I wrote it down. I know if it's okay to put either Jane on the spot or Renee, that know it a
or
little bit more
Superintendent Kane.
intimately. I'm sorry, I do apologize.
No,
I
you're
had it
fine.
with me
I
the
just-
last meeting. I told all my paperwork out and didn't even.
I'm going to ask CFO Schleissner to come up and answer that because I bet she knows.
So it's your CASB and those associations that you have, and then we moved school finance project from the finance side of the budget into the board budget this year, so that's included in there, that's that increase.
So how much is the school finance, and is it something that we need, and is it required by, I don't know if it's required or not required and what it does for us, and is it beneficial at all?
It is $25,000.
Okay.
Is for school finance. Most of what is going through that for school finance project right now, it's paid on a per pupil basis, so it's a large number for a district our size. So it is based on the size of the school district. Most of what's being talked about in there are things that we're intimately involved in at the Capitol. So for us, it's not a huge benefit, but I think for the board, it might be.
Superintendent Kane.
They frequently provide information and summaries of kind of what, like, as CFO Schleissner said about what's happening at the Capitol, et cetera. And they do some advocacy work. So, it's just up to the board if you want to receive those reports and have that advocacy work done. But as Jana said, we are in a position where we're finding out often before anyone else what's happening. So from our perspective, it's
And is that
6 of 1, half dozen.
we also pay a lobbyist to be lobby for us, and so I'm wondering if I guess I'm wondering if it's responsible to spend $25,000 a year when we already pay a lobbyist to do that work, and if we're already getting information, and I think Allison does a great job informing the board on issues that are going on at the Capitol. So for me, I'm struggling, I guess, to understand why we need to pay the extra $25,000 if we already have a lobbyist that does some of that work for us.
I would just say the reporting and such, if that's useful to the board. I think Director Meek knows knows more about it. I don't know if you want to talk about the benefits at all, but those in the weeds in finance, it's not information that we don't already have. But again, for the Board of Education, it might be useful.
Yeah, so I won't advocate one way or another. I consult with them. So I'm very familiar with their resources. They hold monthly meetings and, I know our district staff attends those monthly meetings. Other districts, board members will attend those meetings. They're open to anyone that pays. They give updates monthly. They have people from Legislative Council coming in and giving presentations. They have all kinds of different experts that give presentations. They do fact sheets on what are all the different kind of mills that are available to a district. What do those mills look like for our district? And I don't know if we use those or we don't use those from the FOC perspective, but I think those could be really, effective tools and resources. But I would encourage the board to really look at what those resources are before they make a decision around not participating, to see if you feel like it is a value that is, worth keeping. Could I ask a quick question around the general supplies budget? It looks like it's 32,000. Is it 32,000 for general supplies up here? And, I just pulled up historically, it was $6,800 in 2019, and it's gone to $12,000 in 2021-22. I think the actual was like 20,000. I'm just kind of curious what the increase in supply, general supplies might be. And sorry to put you on the spot with asking these questions.
I can help, I think.
Oh, sorry, this also includes like meals and stuff as well, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, food for committees, we added that a year
So
or
it's the
so ago.
food for committees that we started doing
Yeah.
within the past 3 years or so?
It's been like 2, yeah.
Yeah, 2 years or so, okay.
I'm sorry, can I ask a quick question about the finance one? When is that due? So when would we need to make a decision as a board of whether or not we want to continue in that?
We're getting invoices now. Usually we pay it in July, but I'm sure we can delay that payment a little bit.
So if we wanted to take action maybe in August, so we had a time as a board to like look into it, you think that that's reasonable?
I think we could, yes.
Okay. So I don't know if, I don't think we need to take a vote, but I don't know if there's consensus among the board to just hold off on the payment until we can look at it?
Yes, and then just to build what our current budget looks like, so, we had budgeted a lot higher under election fees. Our actuals, so we budgeted 323,000, and our actuals currently are 187. I'm not sure if any other expenses will come through. So that was a savings at $136,000 approximately. So again, the last meeting we had talked about, obviously the technology piece, and then we also had talked about like additional trainings for the board. And so I just want to clear up that we did have a lot of savings this year. And so if this is something that we want to prioritize, I still think it's appropriate based off that.
Yeah.
And our budget's down, besides that 100,000, right? Like that reallocation. So if you look at our working budget and then what it looks like for our proposed budget, it's 597, right? So,
Okay. Director Meek?
So I think what I heard was we have $20,000 in savings in the current budget that could pay for a pilot for live streaming. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's how I understand it, unless there's another perspective that
Yeah, but that didn't transfer to the proposed budget. The proposed budget is the proposed budget. It doesn't show savings from last year.
Correct.
But we could pay for a contract with the savings from this year, right?
Well, that went all
Moving.
to general fund. Like, that's not in the proposed budget.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to find a way that we can save money in order to like move it within our own budget instead of using something from last year that's no longer in the budget. So, right. Yes. Yes. Sorry, Director Moore.
And, I do agree with a couple points. Director Williams, I agree with you on let's try to find it in current budget if we can. And Director Meek, I agree with you. I do think it's worth piloting this because I think this is kind of the wave of the future. I do totally understand the logistics on the staff and the district from the tech side, and there's got to be a medium or there's got to be a way out there. I just want to point out that it seems $5,000 for 2 hours seems extreme. That the county would pay that, let alone us pay that. And I don't, not that we shouldn't try to figure out how to find the money to make this happen next year, or for the next school year. But I'm hoping maybe we could find an alternative tech or something that would be more reasonable. 5,000 for 2 hours just seems crazy to me, but I don't know. I just have to get that off my chest.
Director Geiger.
I agree that this is, again, because of the specific issues with DAC and the importance of that and then the work they do. I don't know the DAC schedule well enough to know if there are certain meetings that are more closely attended or more closely watched. My thought would be come back in August, have Director Thompson, because I'm really good at assigning work to somebody else, and consult with finance and see where perhaps we could find the money for a pilot project. I also agree with Director Moore, I have no idea why it costs that much. And when I say I have no idea, I literally have no idea why that number is so high. I don't know what it takes. So I would like to, if we approved this in August, would we still have time to get to important DAC meetings? I guess is my question, because I think this is something we should find the money for.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not opposed to finding the money. I do think it's important. I just want to make sure that we're being fiscally responsible and figuring out where we can make it up. But to your point, can we wait until August to make that decision? I think without sounding awful, they've gone this long without it. One more meeting is probably not going to hurt them if we decide to delay it until September. Superintendent Kane?
Yes, and you do have another opportunity to adopt a revision, to revise your budget. So this is just the proposed budget. You can revise it later on after the school year starts.
All right, any other questions?
Thank you
on the budget? I will say kudos to staff because this has been an interesting process to sit through, and the conversation and going through line by line, like how each dollar is spent, is a very rigorous process, and you definitely have to give Colleen good reasons for the dollars that are in each line item. So I just wanted to point that out, that it's quite the process.
Thank you. Thanks for answering our questions. All right, moving on to item 27, Board of Education Self-Evaluation Governance Process 1.8, Board Members Code of Conduct. I am going to turn this over to Director Geiger, who provided this report.
And this is an interesting code of conduct. It's very broad, and it addresses a number of different issues. The one that leads with it is not a conflict of interest duty. It is a conflict of loyalty duty, which is, coming at it from a lawyer point of view, there's a couple of ways. If you could scroll on down to the next page. Conflicts of interest are relatively easy to discern and describe. That's what we've got in 1.2, 1.3, et cetera. Conflicts of loyalty, as I note, are very difficult are easy accusations to make, but very difficult to prove or to demonstrate. A loyalty is, GP 1.8.1 is a stricture to board members that is more a moral code than it is an enforceable legal code. That is not a criticism in any way of how we've structured this. It is a note that we have, as a board, decided that we're going to take a very broad view. That said, it makes it also easy for outsiders in particular to address us as some sort of conflict of loyalties. I've noted that all of us have essentially been accused of various conflicts of loyalty at various times. And we had just a recent one. We got an email yesterday that took some of my comments, I think, out of context, and used those again to kind of smear Director Meek. We have to be careful about that. It used to be that lawyers were held to a standard where you didn't even have the appearance of impropriety. That's been found to be almost impossible to enforce in any kind of real way. In addressing 1.8.1, I didn't find any issues of non-compliance. Responding to constituents is not a conflict of loyalty. Expressing different viewpoints than other people on the board or the public is not a conflict of loyalty. I found, therefore, no lack of compliance. It was simply kind of a reminder that those allegations are made, and that is, as I said, that when those statements are made either from the public or elsewhere, they do impact public confidence, whether or not they're credible or not. So this is, 1.8.1 is just behave yourself and be careful, and I think explain yourself about why if you are advocating for some other group or in compliance with some of the group, why you think that that also reflects a loyalty to the board. Not to the board, to the district. And that's important to remember. Loyalty is not to the board, it's to the district. 8.2, 8.3, 8.2 is direct financial conflicts of interest. There's no evidence of that anywhere on the board. There's been no reports of that. Reviewing any correspondence. The only issue with 1.8.3, and I had a discussion with Superintendent Kane about this, I have been in the habit, and I don't think I'm alone in this, of when I see good actions by our, by members of staff, by board, by building, by teachers, I have sent complimentary emails about them and to the superintendent. Now, the language says that, excuse me, I'm talking about 1.3.3, language says we should not do judgments of performance. That is a broad phrase. The superintendent did not feel that compliments or even considerations of individual actions constituted judgments of performance in such a way as impact her ability to supervise employees. I think the board needs to be clear whether or not they agree with that interpretation of 1.8.3.3. I did skip over 1.8.3. There was no evidence of any member attempting to exercise individual authority over the organization. The issue with Director Williams and one teacher was resolved by the fact that Director Williams indicated that it did not happen and no such incident occurred. 1.8.3.2, again, I found no incidences where there were directors as individuals stating that they bound the board. There were a number of incidents where individuals spoke and said they were individuals. I guess one of the issues, I found this to be in compliance, one of the issues could be whether or not stating that you were acting in your authority as the president, secretary, treasurer, whatever, violated 1.8.6. There may be an implication there that you are acting on behalf of the board. I think it is incumbent, and I did a survey on this. Everybody acknowledged the need to act as an individual. I think any issues here are about clarity of communication and always being sure, particularly when signing on to third-party letters, making it clear that that's the way that it was done and that it was not acting on behalf of the board. And I think that's generally been done, although there were a couple of incidences where perhaps clarity of communication could have been better. I've found no violation of confidentiality or failure to attend or failure to be prepared for the meetings. That's at 1.8.5.1, 1.8.5.2. This continues to tell you how long this code of conduct is. This is different than many. 1.8.5.3 and 1.8.5.4 talk about obtaining further information. The survey again addressed some of that. There was a lack of specifics except for Director Meek, who of course does this extensively and has been part of our education process here in the board. I did note that there may be relevant newsletters or journals that could be provided or articles. I may amend this to further compliment the superintendent for her efforts, superintendent and staff for continuing efforts to educate us on relevant issues. Not just on specific issues, but in broad ones. 1.8.6 is basically a one voice rule that says that once we have made a decision, we do not criticize the legitimacy of those votes. And this is I think an issue that can be discussed. We, as a group, get together and decide legislative priorities. We then assign the implication of those in the legislature to the superintendent, our assigned lobbyist, and have communication back. Once we make that decision, it is my position, and I think it's supported by 1.8.6, that we have, as a board, delegated that entity, and that for us to then engage, particularly in late lobbying of a particular bill through a third party, in some ways undermines that universal position that we took. If we want to change that, then I think we need to talk about that during when we set our legislative priorities. Again, that was a circumstance where 4 members of the board took a position. I believe they made it clear in the letter that they were doing so individually, not representing the board. But once we assign that duty to the lobbyist, to the superintendent, I believe that us then going forward, particularly to enunciate as board members a position on a particular bill at a particular time, violates 1.8.6, and that was the only area where I found lack of compliance. 1.8.7 is not limited to the code of conduct. This is what happens if there's any allegation of a policy violation. I was not aware of any actual such allegation being done in the compliance period. There was a discussion in the December 5th meeting about concerns about my post on a social media. That was couched as a policy decision. It was not couched as a 1.8.7 disagreement. I think as there was no further addressing of 1.8.7, I did find we were in compliance. Again, clarity is the important part of what are we doing right, making sure that we're clear both to the members and to the public of what we're addressing. So in general, I found only one incident of non-compliance. The additional input for the board is to discuss the extent to which casual compliments or criticism of staff members violate 1.8.3. I would be interested to hear further information from the superintendent on her opinion about whether or not that impacts anything in supervising her parties, because of course that is her job, not ours. And then I think either now or at the time that we do legislative, set our legislative agenda, that we need to discuss whether or not that's going to be the sole way that we address the legislature. So that's a quick summary of what I did. I think it's relatively complex. I spent a lot of time on that, which is not reflected in the formatting. I apologize for that, but I think there's a lot of things to discuss. In general, I think there are few allegations of violations of the code of conduct. I don't control it.
Director Thompson. I got it. Okay, if we could scroll up. So first, the point about like, that we're seeking out education, et cetera. And you made a nice point about staff. And I also just wanted to build on that, how staff provides us with opportunities to increase our understanding and knowledge about district things. Like I'm excited about an AVID conference this week. And so I just we talked about it, so of course I want to mention it. If you could scroll up, sorry, I don't remember what number it was, but it's the one that we're not in compliance with. So my question is, what is the difference between the action that I took with the dyslexia bill different than the action that was taken in the example here, that it's not listed?
I think that's a relevant discussion, and I think that is in part, I am on, okay. I think that's a relevant discussion. I think that's one that we have to, as a board, address about what is the role of a board member on doing that. I do think the timing was different in that it came at a time, as to that particular bill, it was changing literally every day. And I knew because I was liaisoning with Allison and the lobbyists that some of the concerns that were going to be expressed probably were not going to be in the final bill. And so when we're late in the legislative process and things are moving quickly, we need to decide if that's when we're going to intervene or if we're going to allow the intervention. I don't know that the policy necessarily says it, but I think it needs to be clear about that. I do believe working to draft bills of particular interest may be different than that, but I think the board can make that decision.
So I would like to point out to that one that we can also look at the fact that we do have board policy. And our board policy, in my opinion, at that time, when I signed on at that bill, does support what we signed and saying that parents are the authority of their child. And so I do believe I was speaking on behalf of what the district already has in policy. So while it might not be something that we sent in legislative priorities, we do have policy that says that.
Well, and the question therefore is are we going to, we have a lobbyist that's effective. Are we going to use the process that we've established for communication with the lobbyist, communication with the superintendent, or are we going to jump around that to sign letters from the third party? I think every board member is free to enunciate that we think that this bill may violate our policy. The question is whether publicly enunciating that as a board member without going through the process that we have discussed in December violates 1.8.6. And I think that is the question to have there. If there was a feeling that this bill at this time was going to impact our policy, my contention would be that the better way to do that would be go through the superintendent and communicate with our lobbyist. Because I think that's the process that we established.
Director Moore.
You know, I understand the context of I believe I understand the context of the difference between your testimony and what Director Geiger's raising in 1.8.6, and that your testimony was in line with what the lobbyist and what the staff was doing, where we may have had, different perspective on the 1.8.6. I think it does come down to somewhat of a communication thought process of the position we took in the letter that we signed off on, I do believe supported current policy, as Director Williams stated. But there was no communication with the lobbyist or the staff that were working on that, on all of the legislation at the time. So I see the logic in parsing the two out. I would just point out that, first of all, it has been very helpful this year to receive the legislative updates as we've been getting them. I found that very helpful. And I mentioned to Director Geiger that I was aware from media that bill was rapidly changing. And so the day that we signed on to the letter, I pulled up that morning's legislative update and looked at the bill as it was attached in that update, and those changes weren't reflected. So I assumed that what I had heard might not be accurate because there was conflicting media about where that bill stood and things like that. But I did consider that issue, although it's a side issue. I would just say that I think a way to look at for us to consider this down the road is maybe at a fall retreat, we consider looking at this policy again prior to the next legislative session to see if we want to make any changes. I do think it is a difficult position to be in when you're elected. In my case, I was appointed, thanks to you guys, but you guys were all elected, and most everybody up here that serves is elected. And you are going to receive input from constituents who may make valid points about why you in a position of an elected official should take a position. And I don't think we should be prohibited from doing that. But I do agree that if we, again, there's the concept of communicating that position with the staff that's working on legislation is a realistic thought process that we should consider, I believe. But second of all, I do think we should consider looking at the policy and changing it so that we do have that ability to take those positions that are important to our constituents. Again, they must be in compliance with board policy. And I do think it's just a little bit of a dissection of the language so that we carve out or make it clear that is something that is permissible, and that if we do that, we then communicate that in a certain format or whatever. I could live with that. I'm not going to argue the context of the finding. I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze, but I do think a policy review down the road would be a good idea.
And if I may, one of the things I've learned, I appreciate the education I've received from Ms. Roush this year. Things go on down there that have other consequences. Supporting a bill may impact our support on another bill. That's why we hire an expert and how we do that. And so if we are going to have a policy that says individual directors can be involved in that, again, whether it's not necessarily perceived as individual directors. The majority of our board said we don't like this bill. A bill that was going to pass in some bizarre form, whatever was going to happen. I don't know if that impacted our credibility on other bills. It was very late in the session. It probably did not. But if it had happened earlier, just, again, because in this particular situation, we've detailed it to an expert. This is like us interfering with a contractor building a school. They know the groundwork, and for us to get involved in that, no matter how good faith it was, risks not relying on experts that we have deliberately hired, not just appointed, paid a good deal of money to be involved. And so I think that's a legitimate discussion to have. We have that meeting about legislative priorities. If we then interfere with the lobbyist on how those are going to be done, we are not relying upon his expertise.
Director Weiniger. Going back to the self-evaluation, Director Geiger, I really appreciate all of how much candid you were in your write-up. I can read your voice through all of it. A thought I had is I feel like when these start to go on items that ultimately are found compliant, I kind of question why even we need to include them, because otherwise, why don't we just include an entire list of things that then are found to be compliant? And it just kind of feels like we're just airing out grievances and issues that we've had through the year, and I don't know if that's constructive and worth people's time for a lot of these. I mean, I think some of them, maybe they are, but also in saying that, with the one you found not compliant, I don't know if I would agree that it's not compliant specifically with that policy, just because the policy doesn't state you can't lobby. It's more about supporting legitimacy and authority of all board decisions. If we want to change it to that, then obviously that would be against policy and not compliant. I want to interpret it, legislative priorities, and then lobbying for something else by signing a letter as breaking legitimacy and authority of a board decision. So I don't know if I agree with that one. And then I think you had a good point about being more specific on some of these policy ones, because there is a lot of interpretation that you could take into it and a lot of ways you can fit certain things into it that maybe it might not specifically mean the same for someone else. But I thought it was good. I appreciate the time you put into it, and yeah, thank you.
Director Thompson.
Yep. So I kind of had a different opinion about the listings of the different behaviors, even though it's in compliance, because I think it gives a voice to community members' concerns. So I felt like, I appreciated it. There were certain, as we're going through it, there are certain places that I expected to hear examples of my behavior, and then I saw them, and so I appreciated that. I felt like it was at least a fair representation across all directors. I do think that, and I agree with you guys about having additional conversations regarding advocacy at the state level for different policies. I know that before I began in my advocacy, that I actually sat with this policy and considered, each of the lines to feel if I felt like I was going to be in alignment with it. One of one of the ways that I helped myself make a decision was that, one, it was something we were already doing within our district. Two, it was in alignment with our legislative priorities, that it also was a bipartisan bill, which I thought was really important. Taking a stance on a bill that's bipartisan, I think, is a little bit different, regardless of who's pushing a bill forward and whether we're for or against it. And that was one of the other things that helped me feel like this was a neutral stance in regard to thinking through being ethical in those actions. So, but I do think this warrants a really thoughtful and important conversation, and I'm glad that it's been presented to us. So.
Director Meek?
Yeah, thank you very much. A lot of thought went into this, and I do land on the side of listing details because we won't have conversations around how to get better if we don't list out examples of where we need to talk. Is this the right way to do it? Is this not the right way to do it? And I think it takes us, takes a lot of courage to have those conversations as a board. And, where I land with things, the more we can talk about things on the dais before any of us takes a position on something or the board takes a position, the better. Having transparency and talking about things. I think the public is very confused when they see someone's name with school board president, right? They're thinking that that person's speaking for the board. And so I think, never using the title, because I think that title infers that that individual is speaking for the board. But I would even push to say, even when people see school board member, they think, oh, they're speaking in their individual authority. We have no authority as an individual. We might think we do, but we don't. We have no power as individuals. Our power is as a board. And when you say school board member, the general public is thinking, wow, they're speaking as a school board member, when really you have no power as that individual school board member. So, I'm not saying that we can't or shouldn't use school board member, but I just think it's really important to remind people as individuals, that title means nothing in regards to the power that we have. Therefore, I land into, if there's time to talk about whether or not people should be signing their name on a bill or advocating on a bill, I think we as a board should have a conversation. And yes, we may not all land in the same place, but I think having an ability to have transparency before some letter goes out and people are thinking that, the board has this position. So, I don't know, it's just something I've been wrestling with. I think it's worth us thinking about as we move forward. It's turning into election cycle, and, when people see, endorsed by this school board member, I think we've worked really hard to get to a pretty good place with how we work together and the relationships. And, I think the more we can lean into trying to be really thoughtful, how we keep ourselves together so that after the election, we're not struggling to rebuild trust that maybe is destroyed. So just kind of wanted to share that thought.
Yeah, so if anybody wants to come to the retreat with language that they would like the board to consider, I would ask that you do that. I just have a very different opinion. I think we're all elected officials that are asked to speak for our constituents, and I don't see a problem with any of us individually, and it's not a power. It's just in your individual capacity. And so I just differ in opinion, but I also think that we can discuss that. And if there's language that we want to put in the policy and there's a majority of the board that wants to do that, then we should do that.
And when you say your constituents, what does that mean?
Everybody.
It's
All-
everyone.
It's everyone, yeah.
Okay.
Might I respond?
Sure.
To Director Winiger, because I think I understand the concern there. For example, I didn't mention the CHASA letter, because I didn't think that met any of the criteria here on everything that you did. I took specific allegations of conflicts of loyalty that had been mentioned in the public as examples of what we were considering. I wanted to make it clear to the public that we hear criticisms that they apply, even if we disagree with them. So that is why some specific examples came out for specific letters. I mean, or for specific incidents, particularly in 1.8.1, because those are the allegations we get most. I communicated to you that I was trying to find those. Those allegations get thrown out. And I wanted to make it clear that these are not the kind of allegations that violate 1.8.1, in my opinion, as part of that. And I think, the board can take the decision whether or not they wanted to do it. So that's why I felt dealing with those specific instances was important, particularly as 1.8.1, as a way of expressing that sometimes the public doesn't understand what that duty looks like. And so I was not meant as a criticism. I tried to pick out criticisms of everybody else, of many of us, because it happens literally to every one of us, and I think I have every one
I
of us.
actually think that you did mention all 7 of us.
All
So
7 of us.
I did not feel cherry-picked out, just so you know.
And so I felt that dealing with allegations that had made publicly, mostly from that, mostly on the microphone or in emails, was important to give us examples about that we are considering those allegations, even if they're not justified.
Fair enough.
So that's why I was thinking that.
Okay, so I would just ask if anybody has changes to make, that we bring them forward at the retreat in July.
Okay.
All right, moving on to item, I'm sorry, Director Moore.
I was proposing that maybe we change the policy at a fall retreat or later in the year, not necessarily the one in July. I know that agenda might already be full.
It's on the agenda.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
never mind.
Policy changes
Yep.
are on the agenda.
All right, so item 28, Board of Education Self-Evaluation 1.0. I will hand this over to Director Weiniger.
Yeah, so while Director Geiger had the longest one, I had the shortest one. So if you go to the next page, I don't even necessarily know if we needed to do this one, but it was on the agenda, so I made sure to do it. So it's a one-sentence 1.0 purpose. On behalf of the community of Douglas County School District, the purpose of the Board of Education is to assure that the district, A, achieves appropriate results for appropriate persons at a appropriate cost. So I kind of split up the two bullet points, A and B, and I said we were compliant on there. Appropriate results for me, I decided to show the evidence being our CDE rating, accreditation rating, which is accredited, and then for appropriate cost, I just showed that we were within budget on our most recent financial report. I tried to keep it very high level on this because it was a very high level general statement. The appropriate persons part, I didn't really know what to think of that one. I mean, it's obviously our kids in the district, but I didn't know how to prove that this is affecting our kids, so I didn't really touch that one, but if you guys have thoughts on that. And then on B, avoids unacceptable actions and situations. And I said no unacceptable actions and situations have arisen since the period monitored date, which like I've been saying, it's kind of up to interpretation on that. I could list out all, public comment things that have come up and what they are claiming are unacceptable. But I just left our YouTube channel as evidence if people want to look at that. And to me, I think we're compliant, though. I don't think there's been anything unacceptable. So that's where I landed.
Director Geiger.
Well, I think this could have been 1 page or 35. But most of the things that we would have a discussion about on the board on whether or not we've avoided unacceptable actions and situations, whether we achieved appropriate results are dealt with in many other board policies and are dealt with in more detail. I don't know that evaluation of this one required resubmission of all of those. This is a broad statement. I think there are things you could have put in here and not, but like I said, had you started, it would have been a 25-page report.
Yeah, I think this is more of an umbrella policy, at least from my interpretation, and all the other 1.1 through 1.8 kind of, or 1.9 fall underneath it, but Director Thompson.
I'm thinking through the timeline. I wonder if us putting ballot measures, funding measures on the ballot should count under A.
Yeah, that's fair. I can definitely add that.
Director Meek?
Yeah, just to reiterate, like 1.0, the way policy governance works, it's the largest. So anything that you don't address under 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 is meant to be captured here. And then the appropriate persons would be those on whose behalf we're governing. Essentially, that's how you interpret that language. So it is a bit jargony.
Any other feedback for Director Weiniger? All right. You good? All right, let's move on to 1.5 was agenda planning. And I did that one, and unlike Director Geiger and Director Weiniger, I am just going to ask for feedback. Yeah, so.
Well done, I loved it. Done.
So I think last year, just as a preface, we were not in compliance, mostly because we did not have a board agenda calendar to look at in advance. When I looked at what we rated ourselves last year, and that was the biggest thing, is that we didn't have a board calendar for the prior years. And I think last year, we finally put one in place, and then this year we will contemplate at least the draft for the upcoming year. So that was the biggest difference between last year and this year. All right. I think we're good. Awesome. Moving on then to item 30, Board Policy KI, Visitors to the School. This was requested, I think, by Director Meek to add to the agenda. So I'm going to kind of let you open it, and then we'll just go from there.
Sure. And I realize it's getting late. So just real quickly to frame this, really the goal that I wanted to bring forward was to ensure that our visitor policy protects students, upholds our constitutional standards, and maintains public trust. And just ensuring that we have neutrality, transparency, and safety in place for this policy. We had lots of public comment earlier in the year, which is why I've brought it up a couple of months in a row, and it's kind of been pushed because we've had a very busy agenda. So some of the areas that maybe what I'll do is just flag some things for us to think about and discuss whether we might want to address that moving forward. I feel like the policy currently has vagueness in defining visitors versus advocacy groups. And there's transparency mechanisms maybe that could be put in place if groups are part of advocacy organizations or affiliations, and just kind of what that process looks like when people are coming into the schools. So maybe it's a conversation in the future with Superintendent Kane, kind of helping to understand, how our groups vetted, right, when they asked to come into the school for events, clarifying those boundaries between volunteers and advocacy groups, ensuring parent notification and opt-out rights, when is that applicable, empowering our principals, just really wanting to make sure they have clear and defensible guidelines. And that was my purpose for bringing up this topic. It feels like we had lots of public comment, and I did think maybe the policy could use some work.
Director Myers.
I think also I had brought that up, something about talking about policy visitors to the school, and I would hope that we would trust that our principals know how to vet and make those decisions within the schools. And I think my biggest concern was that media showed up. And do we need something in the policy? Do they ask permission, or can they just show up because, I don't know, how were they alerted, what was going on? So do we need a process with our communications with media that they have to ask permission? Is that something we want to put in our policy or talk about?
Director Geiger.
Before we start talking about limiting press in a public building, and before we go further into this about what we allow visitors to say and how it impacts the educational environment, I think we should, at some point, and I don't think it's in the real near future, limiting press, there are First Amendment implications that we have to think about. I don't know them well enough to know whether we could, but I think we would, if we started talking about a policy that said, if you come in our schools, the First Amendment is not absolute in the schools. That's about as far as I know. But I am concerned about any policy that talks about limiting press and how that impacts both state and federal constitutional rights and that kind of thing. There are a lot of complicated issues about what we can limit in terms of viewpoint or not in terms of viewpoint. I think there are policies that we can have about informing parents and opt-out issues. I agree that probably recent events in a lot of places mean that a lengthy, a bigger evaluation of K-1 needs to be done. I think it probably would be better done with, I'm trying to think of the best process to have a proposed amendment done and who could do that. But I think part of what we have in here is very strong, but the incident and the objections to some of our other incidences, having press in our schools requires us to have a little further discussion about it. But I want to know about First Amendment and Colorado. And the Colorado Constitution is broader on free speech than the federal First Amendment. I think that there are probably things we all need to talk about, and then probably have some sort of, once we have a stronger proposal, have a discussion with council.
Director Myers.
I wasn't talking anything about limiting First Amendment rights, that limitations on that. My purpose was if a principal's going to vet a group that's going to come in, who vets, how are they notified that, oh yeah, media's going to show up? Should they be informed that, just to let you know, media's going to show up?
Yeah, so, I guess this would just be maybe a question then we're not going to be able to do this tonight and nowhere in the near probably future, but just at some point it would be nice maybe to get how the process currently works. But I know that KI-R, the regulatory policy, kind of does go into a lot of that. So it might be something that all of us needs to look at the superintendent policy, because I think it does cover a lot of that information.
Media is absolutely required to contact us before entering a school. They are also required to identify themselves and sign in before going into a school, which did not happen in the instance you all are discussing. But happy to discuss on a further date.
So I guess if there are specific questions that we have that we would like the superintendent to address, maybe we can get those questions to her, and then we can get this on a future agenda. Director Thompson?
Yep. The other thing would just be at the bottom, we have cross-references of other policies that are related, right? So that way we're not restating the same thing. And so this policy does need updating, because there are actually quite a few policies in the district that should be cross-referenced with it. There's a few items listed, but it's not all of them. One example would be like distribution of non-district related materials, right? So that should be under there, I think, as a cross-reference. I don't know necessarily if the information should be restated in the policy, but it should be able to, oh, okay, this is related to that policy and where to look.
I don't see where it refers to policies. I see where it refuses to call it statutes only.
Sorry, I might have scrolled down on, I had opened a few other policies, and I might have just scrolled down on the wrong one. No, visitors to school, yeah, you're right, it doesn't have any listed here, so.
But you think it should? It's, okay.
We actually have policies regarding unlawful conduct. So like behavior of the public on policies, distribution of materials, et cetera. So I just think that they should be listed.
Director Meek?
So, I mean, yes, I think we can and should send questions. I think what I just really want to emphasize as well is that, you know, as board members, we really need to operate within the bounds of our governance structure. And I think that includes protecting against perceived favoritism or viewpoint endorsement, especially when it's religious or political. And I think being really clear about whether or not we allow the promotion of religious messages in classrooms through external guests, I think that crosses the lines as to what we should be allowing. And I just really want to have clarity on that. I think if we allow one viewpoint, we are opening it up to all viewpoints. And are we really wanting to do that? So that a principal has to say yes for every viewpoint that comes to them.
Director Moore?
I would just argue that might not be a reasonable thought process, that if a viewpoint is presented, all other ones. I mean, even in teaching curriculum, it comes down to, many things come down to a viewpoint. And it's not required that every viewpoint be taught on things like that. I just don't want to get into the habit of splitting hairs. And did this really just boil down to the vetting process that already exists in the policy, and was that adequate? Or, you know, like you said, do we want to change the policy? But oftentimes these just come down to humans making human decisions. And that's not always going to go perfect and can't always be covered in a policy. So I just don't want to, just want to be cautious about how we split the hair here, I guess is the point.
Yeah, so again, I would just recommend that directors feed their questions to Superintendent Kane, but also take a look at the KI-R policy before you do that, because a lot of questions might be answered under the superintendent policy. All right. We will then move on to item 31, the selection of voting delegate for the CASB 2025 Delegate Assembly. I think last year, Director Meek, you did it, right? And then I know I did it the year before. So first, I would ask if there are any volunteers who want to do this. Generally, it's all, well, it could be a good portion of your day, depending on how many things they have coming up. But I think last time there was only a few, and this time, and it's a lot of work looking at all the different changes that they're putting forth. So if Director Meek.
And that individual would review all of those resolutions and then lead a discussion with us so we can talk about where we land. So that work is also involved, right, in fulfilling that role.
Yeah.
And I'm not available, just saying.
Director Thompson?
Yep. I am willing to do this if unless another director is like really wanting
nominate
to.
Second.
I do support rotating this role.
Yeah, no, I actually think
So-
it's really good to have different directors do this, and so I think
Okay.
that's great. So I think I heard a nomination of Director Thompson by Director Moore and a second by Geiger. Is that true?
Yes.
All right, good. So we will then take roll call. Let's see, sorry. Moore and then Geiger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Oh, yeah.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson. Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. Thank you, Director Thompson. All right, and then moving on to item 32, which is the consideration of resolution concerning school district expertise on the Home Rule Commission. Just to be clear about how this came to be, as I received an email. Well, I think the entire board might have received the email that asked for this to be added to the agenda, and I, at the time, said no for the May meeting, but said that I would add it to this meeting so that we could have a discussion in public about this. So I am going to open it up for discussion, but speaking as one individual director, I very much struggle with this one because while I think that having school board expertise on the Home Rule Commission, I also think that it covers a lot more than school board, and that as much as I personally have been accused of being political, I think that advocating for anybody on the board is in turn political. So that's just my opinion. Director Myers.
And this is nothing against Director Meek. We work rather well together on SAG. I think that a couple of statements that were made, school board members speaking on behalf of the school board with home rule, and I think there's some perception there that people know how we're going to vote individually with no clue. They have no clue to that. They're just making a perception. I think my biggest concern is that regarding, we've been reprimanded going on 4 years for being political. And so this to me is very political. And I know at the last meeting, Director Meek claimed she was running as Susan Meek, not the Director Meek with the school board title. So while I know you probably have wonderful expertise, I agree with that, you know, about school. This just feels like for being reprimanded for being political, this is probably, I might not agree with being represented as a board by one board member.
Director Moore.
I just want to point out the effort that Director Meek put in to get on the ballot. We have learned that this is a complicated topic that while on face value you would think wouldn't create a concern on behalf of the school district, but I think we've learned that it might. And I just wanted to thank Director Meek for putting herself in a position to try and represent the interests of education, because I think that's important. So, thank you.
Director Geiger.
First of all, let's remember who last stood at that dais, or at that microphone, and said that he wished Susan Meek would be on the board, and that was Commissioner Teal. There were a few things that were said that lead me willing to support this resolution. One was Commissioner Teal being very honest that he hadn't even considered the impact on the schools. I've looked at the other people who are running. Some of them have some school board experience. I don't believe that most of them understand the school board the way that Director Meek does. I understand she would not be representing the school board, and she may have positions on the home rule charter. Let's remember what Commissioner Teal very much said, is that no decisions have been made about the home rule charter, that this is an open question and an open debate. Certainly, we as individuals can go to public comment and have input if a home rule charter is here, and I'm very glad that we're not taking a position one way or the other on home rule. I don't think that that was appropriate for us. I was frustrated, not just by the commissioners supporting home rule at all, but also by them and the county attorney essentially acting as campaign manager for their individual candidacies at our dais. I think it is not unreasonable for a board that impacts the county as much as we do to support someone who does this. If elected, Director Meek would be Susan, would be one member of 21, who I think would bring rather specific and important knowledge to it. I understand the desire to remain apolitical. I think that ended about the time that Commissioner Teal and Van Winkle and Layden started talking. So having waded into that, I tend to think that if we're going to take a position, taking a position on home rule, I would object to taking a position that having someone on a prospective home rule commission who knows this district backwards and forwards, to me seems an appropriate way to deal with both public response and to make sure, well, not make sure, but to ensure that at least our concerns are shared. And I have concerns about whether or not some of the other candidates will do that.
Director Thompson.
Great, thank you. So after our last meeting, there are 3 considerations that I've kind of just resolved myself with. And so the first is, as a result of the presentation, it was demonstrated not only the potential, but the intent for home rule to have a direct impact on our schools. There's also, so with that said, right, having representation and advocacy for this on behalf of the school district, I do think is really important. And that in this case, you know, we do have someone with unique qualifications who's well-seasoned serving this district, as well as being term limited, which I think are all helpful qualities. And also when I'm thinking about public interest and due diligence, and that this resolution is really an action to preserve and advocate for the interests of public education within our community. And so, you know, it gives public education an opportunity to be represented if this home rule measure passes. And so with those considerations, I do think that this is appropriate to do. Additionally, it's a nonpartisan position, and it's the development of a charter, and the voters then get to vote again on it. And so, again, with all of those considerations, I do think it's appropriate. Additionally, our county commissioners passed their own resolution in support of home rule today. And so, you know, and their argument is it's not inherently political as well. So I think we could probably go and argue a lot of different ways on this issue, but ultimately, I think our responsibility is to preserve our resources as a district, to preserve our autonomy, our own role as directors, and so for multiple reasons, in the best interest of the district and our community, I think this is appropriate.
Director Weiniger.
I just second what Director Moore has said. I think I appreciate everything you've done, Director Meek, to put yourself forward on this and be an advocate for our school district, which I truly trust you would do that if you were on the charter. You would advocate for things that I would agree with when it comes to school district decisions. However, the charter, home rule charter, is more than just school district, so it's hard for me to support support you beyond that, because I know there are some things we probably may differ on when it comes to our values, and that's okay. And I'm not saying that I I don't want you to do well on it if you do make it and all that. But I know if you do get on the charter, if home rule ends up being a thing, then I trust that you would speak well for our school district.
I move to adopt the resolution.
I'm listening to what Director Weiniger said, and so I'm wondering if we should make a slight adjustment to the resolution in the capacity of, the representation of the school district. So, right, it's not this necessarily blanket resolution in support of this, but in the capacity of a representative of the school district on issues related to education, public education. And I wonder if that is something that would be helpful.
Director Moore.
Yeah, I would just argue that conceptually, the citizens who vote probably won't make the delineation. And I don't know that it's fair to tie her to one specific focus when the purpose of the charter includes 47 different potential changes to county governance. So that's just my 2 cents.
That's fair enough. All right, so I'm going to second Brad's motion.
Okay, so motion by Geiger, second by Thompson. Geiger,
Aye.
Meek,
Yeah, I had told President Williams I was recusing myself from the discussion and the vote, so.
Moore,
I am a no, but it's not because I don't think Director Meek will do a fabulous job.
Myers.
I remember the last time I endorsed a candidate, and I was publicly reamed on social media and on the dais, so I'm a no.
Thompson,
I'm an aye.
Williams. Again, Director Meek, if you are elected, I think you will represent the district well, but because it's a greater and broader spectrum, I am a no tonight. Weiniger.
No.
All right, that fails 2-4. 2 to 4. All right, moving on to item 33, board agenda calendar for 25-26 school year. So I just created a very general draft for the next school year. I essentially took what we did this year as far as governance processes and a lot of the UIP stuff that we generally do, and put that all on here. And then I do believe that Superintendent, you also added some things too, is that right? Yes.
That's correct, the monitoring report schedule.
Yeah, for the ELs. So I can, probably what I'll do is I'll include those into the actual calendar so everyone can see it all in one space. Or did we put it on? I don't know that we put it, is it?
They are included
They are
already.
included. Okay, great. Any questions? Director Meek.
Thank you for doing this. I think it is really helpful. I do think maybe just adding like the July retreat.
Oh, did I not do that?
Just at the beginning of the year.
Yes.
Because I think the topics are probably close to being ready. And then I just suggest that we assign the board monitoring schedule out so that we can be more intentional with our planning. It kind of allows us to map our work out a
Yeah, I
little
think
bit better. And then I think we had talked about moving EL2 to August. right? We had mentioned that earlier this evening. So that EL2 would actually replace where it says superintendent goals, because really, we don't have that anymore. And
Sorry, I
then
forgot to take that off.
I like how we have discussion and then consent approval under the board monitoring. I'm wondering, do we do the same thing under ELs? Like it's discussed and then it's approved. It's discussed and then it's approved. Just to kind of know what that flow is. And I think I had one other.
Just how it's on consent, how we do it that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I think we have, under the column for board monitoring, we have investment and governance scheduled in January. And I was just wondering if maybe we do that around the budget time, but early enough to have conversations. So does that make, I'm staring at our treasurer. Do you think that makes sense, or does it matter?
I don't know, I could argue it, sorry. I don't know, I could argue it a couple different ways.
Are we putting the budget in the policy like
What?
it was before? It's totally not included now, so, okay, okay.
But I do have on like January 27th, the revised
Yeah, I just
fiscal
wonder about
year. So
pairing
it's-
it up with like budget, at least like when we talk about budget or something along those lines, but it's also okay where it's at. But it would probably save us time to put them together.
And then I guess I just
So
had.
I'm sorry, so where would you like to move it? Because right now, it's on January 13th, and then it looks like January 27th, we do have a discussion about budget.
Yeah.
So I think I put it there because it was kind of a little bit coinciding. But the January 13th is a non-voting, it's a study session. So I just did it on the consent for the 27th, but I'm happy to move it if there's.
I mean, I'm really indifferent about it. I would just say that if they're on the same agenda, it might save us a little bit of time. It'll be fresh in our head, to having a discussion regarding it, but I think it's fine as it is.
And then I think the last thing I have, I wondered if we just pair up GP 1.6 and 1.7, the board committee principles and the board committee structure. I think talking about both of them on the same meeting, because there's a little bit of overlap. I noticed that this year. So
I'll probably just put them both on the April 7th meeting, because that's the study session that I already have 1.7 on, and that way we just vote on, because I already have it scheduled that we would vote on both of them on April 21st. So I'll just put them both on the April 7th study session. I'm fine.
I don't want to dominate, but
you're good.
I'll continue.
Nope, we're good.
And then I just had a question for Superintendent Kane. I think the end statements are shown as both, ends 1 and ends 2 in January. Does it make sense to maybe just separate those? Because, that's kind of the heart of the work that we do. Like, executive limitations are more like, are we staying in our lane, right? Or are we staying within the boundaries, right? The superintendent's boundaries. But the ends are really like what we're achieving and like really celebrating the ends presentation. And I know other districts will not do them together. They kind of separate them out. But I was wondering what your thoughts are.
I think we did them together last time, but we can certainly separate them out.
I'm indifferent, so I don't.
The state of the district just thinking your timeline when you prepare for that presentation, I wonder if it would be helpful to align it since.
Yeah, let me talk about it with my staff. So what do you need from us? You need us to come back by the retreat with a changed schedule?
We're not going to vote on this till August, so I think we
Okay.
have a little bit of time.
All right, thank you.
Anything else? All right, so I will make the changes to move EL2 to the August meeting, and then put the ELs under the consent agenda so that it looks that way. I will move 1.6, 1.7 on the same meeting at our study session in April. And then it will be easiest to send out a Sign Up Genius for the entire year up front. So those are the notes I took, yeah. Okay, awesome. All right, then moving into the Board of Education reports. First of all, thank you, staff, for being here at 10:30 tonight, and I apologize. So that's number one. Next meeting of the Board of Education is August 19th. Agenda planning for that meeting will be Thursday, August 7th at 10:30. However, we do have a Board of Education retreat on July 26th at Stone Canyon. Committee members will need to be there at, I think, 11:45 is what was discussed. So if you have a meeting with any of your committees, please let them know that that is the estimated time. And I will get with Ronnie to send out RSVPs in early July so that we can have a good count for what to have as far as meals. Really, since graduations, this last week, I'm not sure if it was mentioned before, but the DAC did vote to add a charter employee to the DAC. And so interviews were this last week, and I believe there will be a recommendation coming our way early next year, or next school year. And the last thing is, I hope everyone has a great summer, and we'll see you back in this room in August. Director Weiniger.
Great. So last Thursday, we had a FOC meeting. Rich Cosgrove, our Chief Operations Officer, who only has a few weeks left, presented with our Director of Transportation, Donna Gratino, on transportation to the FOC. They are very curious around transportation and how it works, and obviously the costs involved, and ways that the district is making things more efficient, and challenges they come across. And hopefully you were able to get my update around that for more details on questions that were asked. FOC was very interested in that, and we appreciated that presentation very much. It was mostly a conversation. It wasn't even really a PowerPoint or anything. And then had the usual updates on the budget, and a little bit on interest-free loan that we voted on tonight. And then and then they elected the new officers, and they talked about the memo, which you all got on the budget, and that was that. And then they don't meet again until September, but hopefully a lot of them come to the board retreat on July 26th. And then coming up on Thursday, the Inbox doing a field trip to our 2 new elementary school sites. Our new COO, Jackie Millay, will be leading the way on that, and so we're going to visit the new Sterling Ranch school site and the new Ridgegate Elementary School site. So excited for that, and I'm sure it'll be in their presentation in August, and then they'll have an actual meeting on June 25th to go over the presentation of the board as well as other items. So I think that's it. Yep, thanks.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I started with Director Moore last time, so Director Meek.
Sure, I think the only thing I have to report out on is the student advisory group meeting this morning. So we met with the 4 new leaders and spent several hours with them this morning talking through. We did actually a process with them at the end of the last year where all of the SAG members rated, like what's an idea that would improve SAG next year? So today we really looked at the results of that, which kind of landed mostly in a few areas like subgroup functionality and structure, leadership and communication areas, meeting logistics, and some other areas. So big picture, I think they're not going to jump into subgroups until mid-year after they've had a chance to really dive into issues and topics and identify, are there a few major areas? They talked about moving the meetings to Legacy Campus because it's more central for everyone. And trying to think any other, they loved, like all of the SAG loved the roundtable conversations. And I know many of you were able to attend those. And I think they're going to look to map out 2 a year with subgroups and maybe not present to us at the end of the year, but have a subgroup conversation around their passion area that they start. So nothing is set in stone. We really just spent a lot of time talking and surfacing feedback from all of the students, and they're going off planning, and then they're going to come back to us. But those were kind of the major topics that we talked about.
Director Thompson?
Thank you. So since our last meeting, I was able to attend 2 more graduations, so DC Oaks and Eagle Academy, and they were wonderful, inspiring, really well run. Kudos to staff at both of those schools. Hearing from what's neat about those graduations is the students have an opportunity to speak, and just hearing the level of gratitude that they have towards staff, sharing their own experiences and their growth and the opportunity that's been provided to them by the district that's unique and really caters to their individual needs is, it's a really nice experience to go to those graduations, and I am grateful that we have those schools in our district and such wonderful staff running those schools and serving our students. So very touching. I won't even bring up examples because I will just be a wreck. I cried, I think, during both almost the entire time. So, and then actually had a meeting with Superintendent Kane following it, and then I got in my car and I had like all my makeup was spread everywhere. I'm like, no one said anything. And then Director Weinerger gave a really good update on our FOC. The transportation presentation, that deep dive, it was great. I found it helpful as well. And I'm so impressed with the questions that get asked by our committee. The same thing with when we reviewed, some of the budget presentation and projections of the budget and just these really thoughtful considerations by our committee members. And it's just, we have great committees. And with that said, just one more comment of appreciation for our outgoing leadership, both with FOC and MBOC. They've really, the volunteers in our community really do, not only are they great, but their contributions are substantial to the success of our district. And so I'm just very grateful for them and all of our outgoing committee members. So thank you for your role in helping us do ours. And that is it for me.
Director Myers.
Director Meek gave the update on our SAG, so all I have to say is thank you for another busy year, but a good year. Much needed rest, so take it, and we want our staff and our students to get the much needed rest because before we know it, it'll be August and start of school again. It is such a privilege to serve on this committee. So many thanks to the community and to our schools, our staff, students, everyone. Thank you.
Director Geiger.
I would only echo what Director Thompson said about Eagle. Their graduations are very special. And we have the right principal in the right spot at Eagle. The kids adore him for very good and sufficient reasons. LRPC was last Wednesday. Their biggest output was the master capital plan that you already saw tonight, so I don't have to repeat that. They are discussing their schedule on how they will be involved in the school boundaries for Ridgegate and Sterling Ranch 50 and 51, and how they will have inputs on that. They're very excited about that because that's exactly what those LRPC gets excited about. And I think it will be extraordinarily helpful. They sent next year's schedule, and the last thing that they did was recognitions for the 2 departing LRPC members, and a great deal of appreciation to Mr. Cosgrove, who I will only say here on public was a mentor, a teacher, somebody who has almost everything I know about the school district, I at least learned at the beginning from Rich Cosgrove. So I wish him the best of luck and best time with his family.
Director Moore?
Yeah, I'll just say, really appreciate all of you, learned a great deal from you this time that I've been on the board so far, and I know we're gonna have a month off and sort of a month off, and it's summer and it's sort of break time for everybody, but really appreciate every one of you, and working with you has been, it has been and will be a great experience moving forward too. To the staff, great job, wonderful school district, wonderful school year, overcome a zillion challenges, made things greater and better, and left it better than it started, so really proud of all of you, all the staff, the ones that are home in bed, which is where you should all be too, especially, but everybody. And then to Rich. Rich, appreciate you, my friend. I know that to the comment about leaving it better than you found it, you definitely did that here. For those of you who don't know, that I first met Rich probably about 8 or 9 years ago when I was responsible to build radio towers to improve emergency services, radio communications, mostly in Highlands Ranch, but really all over the county. And I went to Rich with an idea to build a radio tower right next to the student parking lot at Mountain Vista. And I was quickly told no. Go away, that's a bad spot. But I was like, hey, we've modeled it. It's a perfect spot for Highlands Ranch. But Rich did help build one, and we built one in Franktown, which was very much necessary for southeast Douglas County as well. And Rich, you were gracious, and I know it was a crazy ask, and it had nothing to do with your wheelhouse. And here comes the sheriff's office asking you to help us do crazy things that, were so out of ordinary. But you were gracious, and I never forgot that. And I've loved working with you as long as I've been on the board, even though it's been a short time. And I think I speak on behalf of probably everybody that has worked with you over the years. You're a great human being, my friend. So thank you.
All right, so with that, I will move to item 37. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second. Moved by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek. Moore.
Yes.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson. Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. We are adjourned.